Chapter 894. Obviously, the demon lord was also worried that Wang Mang had other thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. However, the truth was as such. The first group could obtain 3 treasure light balls. The other 9 groups would each have 1. There were exactly 12 treasure light balls. The 3 of them were enough to share. Not much, not much. Each of them would get 4. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt much more at ease. He nodded slightly at the demon lord. Then Wang Mang looked at the treasure light balls in the hands of the 2 heavens prides. After the light dissipated, Wang Mang saw that the female supreme had obtained a 6th rank divine ability jade slip. As for the demon lord, he still obtained a pseudo 6th rank divine weapon. After putting away the harvest, the female supreme and the demon lord continued to wait, because now only their 3 ancestors had successfully reached the top. In other words, there were still 7 teams that could reach the top and obtain 7 treasure light balls. Under the patient waiting of Wang Mang and the other 2, it wasn't long before another group of members reached the top. As expected, before the members of this group could be happy, the demon lord waved his hand and said, "The 3 of you, come here." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 heavens prides, who were overjoyed after surviving a calamity, immediately stiffened when they saw the demon lord. However, the demon lord didn't pay attention to the ugly expressions of the 3 of them at all. Instead, he said coldly, "Whichever treasure light ball he wants you to catch, you will catch that treasure light ball and give it to him." After saying that, the demon lord nodded at Wang Mang, indicating for Wang Mang to choose a treasure light ball. Seeing this, Wang Mang didn't hesitate. After sizing up the treasure light balls around him, he chose a treasure light ball that was further away. Then Wang Mang said with an indifferent expression, "Go and catch that treasure light ball." After hearing Wang Mang's order, the heavens prides went forward expressionlessly and grabbed that treasure light ball. What made him heave a sigh of relief was that his life wasn't in danger when he caught the treasure light. However, when the light from the treasure in his hand dissipated and he looked at the treasure in his hand, he couldn't help but feel indignant, because this was a pseudo rank 6 divine ability jade slip. To him, this was also an existence that could increase his foundation. One had to know that in order to become a lesser sovereign, one had to possess at least 4 pseudo 6th order abilities. Furthermore, one also needed to possess a pseudo 6th level divine weapon, as well as the accumulation of talent and the belief of being invincible. It was precisely because of these conditions that it was very difficult to become a junior sovereign. But this was only part of the difficulty. The real difficulty was that he had to resist the attacks of the other lesser sovereigns. Thus, even though he was unwilling, he didn't dare resist at all and obediently handed the jade slip over to Wang Mang. Wang Mang was even more delighted and accepted the treasure with a clear conscience. Then, one after another, groups of prodigies ascended the stairway. After that, the results were self-evident. There were no exceptions. These geniuses were all suppressed by the female sovereign and the demon lord. All of them obediently grabbed the treasure light balls. Wang Mang naturally obtained 2 more treasure light balls. However, the 2 treasure light balls that Wang Mang obtained disappointed Wang Mang greatly. They turned out to be 2 top-grade divine weapons. Similarly, the female sovereign and the demon lord were the same. The 2 of them obtained divine weapons or divine abilities of the 5th level. For them, it was completely useless. Therefore, after obtaining the treasure light balls, Wang Mang's group of 3 entered the stone cave and went to the so-called 4th stage. But when Wang Mang's group of 3 passed through the stone door, what appeared in front of Wang Mang was a huge, spacious area. This spacious area was even larger than the underground palace they had entered before. Not only that, There were 3 light doors in this spacious area. The 3 light doors weren't far from each other, and there was a stone tablet next to each of them. The stone tablet on the left read, "Entrance to the tomb of the invincible supreme." The stone tablet in the middle read, "Entrance to the next stage of the tomb of the invincible supreme." The stone tablet on the right read, "Entrance to the final stage of the tomb of the invincible supreme." Seeing these 3 things that looked like teleportation doors, Wang Mang and the other 2 were stunned. How should they choose? It wasn't just Wang Mang who was in trouble. The demon lord and the female sovereign were also in trouble, because it was not easy to choose. No one knew if these 3 doors were really according to the information written on the stone tablet. After all, Wang Mang's group of 3 had long understood the strangeness of the tomb of the invincible supreme. Moreover, such a door couldn't be tested by others. Even if a genius entered the door of light, Wang Mang and the others wouldn't know whether the genius who entered the door of light had really left or entered the next stage. In other words, these light doors had to be personally walked through to know the result. What should we do? At this moment, the female sovereign frowned and said, because there were 3 light doors in front of them, there was no other choice. They didn't know whether these 3 light doors were ominous or auspicious. Therefore, they naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Hearing this, the demon lord was about to speak when he suddenly saw a few geniuses walking in. Seeing this, the demon lord immediately waved his hand and said, "The 3 of you each find a light door and enter it." Hearing this, the 3 geniuses looked at each other and also saw the 3 light doors. In other words, they had to enter the light door. Therefore, the 3 geniuses had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk up. But just as they were about to enter the light door, the 3 geniuses suddenly rushed into the light door at the exit of the tomb of the invincible supreme. The 3 of them were so fast that even Wang Mang and the other 2 didn't have time to react. After the 3 of them entered the light door, they completely disappeared. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest sound. Seeing this, the female sovereign's face darkened. Her pretty face was full of gloominess. She was obviously very angry, but there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Wang Mang had some thoughts in his mind. From time to time, he would look at the light door on the left that left the tomb of the invincible supreme. Obviously, Wang Mang already had the idea of retreating. After all, Wang Mang felt that he had already gained a lot from this trip to the tomb of the supreme. Wang Mang really couldn't stand this kind of life-risking method. Therefore, if possible, Wang Mang also wanted to quit while he was ahead. Thinking of this, Wang Mang quietly asked in his heart, "System, is the information on the stone tablets next to the 3 light doors true?" In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. "As the host's information is extremely valuable, would you like to spend energy points to buy it? 1 light door's information is 50 billion energy points. 3 light doors' information is 150 billion energy points. Ding! Would the host like to spend energy points to obtain information on the light doors?" Chapter 895. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was dumbfounded again. This system was 2F * King shady. However, the system's reaction also proved a problem, which was that these 3 light doors were indeed not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Thinking of this, Wang Mang fell into hesitation. Should he spend money to inquire about this information? Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately gritted his teeth and said, "System, which light door can leave the invincible supreme's tomb?" In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. "Do you want to spend 50 billion energy values?" After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. Successfully deducted 50 billion energy values. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. The third light door is the exit to the Supreme's tomb. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. This third door was the exit to the Invincible Supreme's tomb? In other words, the first door was not the exit to the Invincible Supreme's tomb. Then the prodigy who entered the first door would definitely not have a good ending. Of course, even though he knew this information, Wang Mang did not intend to tell anyone, because Wang Mang did not know what the female supreme and the demon lord were thinking. Wang Mang guessed that these two people would most likely choose to continue participating. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Wang Mang looked at the demon lord and the female supreme and asked, "Which light door have the two of you decided to go through?" Hearing this, the demon lord and the female supreme shook their heads, obviously hesitating. After pondering for a moment, the demon lord slowly said, "How about this? Choose at will. I won't stop you if you choose. Moreover, no one knows whether there is a crisis or the next level behind this light door. Let's just part ways here." After saying that, the demon lord took the lead and stepped forward, walking towards the light door in the middle. Seeing this, the female supreme hesitated for a moment before following. At this point, the three of them had completely parted ways. Wang Mang wasn't surprised in the slightest when he saw this, and he directly stepped into the third door of light. However, the geniuses who came later chose to enter the light door in the middle or the first light door on the left. However, Wang Mang had no idea about all of this. At this moment, in a forest near the Cloud Summit Mountains, suddenly space warped. Then Wang Mang's figure appeared. When he looked around, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he couldn't help but laugh, because he had successfully escaped from the tomb of the Invincible Supreme Being. However, there were still many geniuses heading toward the tomb of the Invincible Supreme Highness. Wang Mang couldn't help but shake his head. These fellows simply did not know that it was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. Besides, even though there were countless treasures in the tomb of the Invincible Supreme, the death rate was too terrifying. It could be said that the death rate was as high as 90%. This was just Wang Mang's initial estimate. Perhaps the mortality rate was even higher than that. Among the three levels, the first level was still okay. As long as one restrained their greed, they could survive. The second level was abnormal, as there were tens of thousands of single-log bridges. Wang Mang's team used 700 to 800 geniuses to find a single-log bridge that could be passed through. Moreover, only 10 people could pass through the single-log bridge. Then, the rest of the geniuses had to find a single-log bridge that could be crossed. It could be said that the death rate was exaggerated to the extreme. The third level was not any better. Only 3 out of 30 people could survive. There was only a 10% chance of survival. With such a probability, one could imagine how terrifying the later levels were. After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang was too lazy to think about it anymore. He decided to hunt 25 geniuses, and then he could start to sort out his harvest. Because as long as Wang Mang digested the harvest, it would be enough for him to break through to the Junior Supreme Being level. Of course, the premise was that he could solve the problem of the lack of invincible belief. However, this was not within Wang Mang's consideration. When the boat reached the bridge, it would cross the bridge. There were always more solutions than difficulties. When the time came, he would think of a way. With this thought in mind, Wang Mang flew towards the distant wasteland. He began to search for weaker geniuses in the forest of the wasteland. It was worth mentioning. Not long after, Wang Mang found that there were quite a lot of geniuses. Perhaps it was because of the Invincible Supreme Being's tomb that it attracted too many geniuses. It had only been half an hour, Wang Mang found his target. This was a group of legendary geniuses with the battle strength of the third firmament supreme being. There were as many as 12 of them. Moreover, it was obvious that they were in a group and were flying in the direction of the invincible supreme being's tomb. In this regard, Wang Mang sneered. These geniuses would rather die than enter the tomb of the invincible supreme being. They might as well die in his hands. Therefore, after restraining his aura to the extreme, when these 12 geniuses approached, Wang Mang immediately took action, and terrifying laws swept out, instantly setting up a barrier. After seeing the barrier in front of them, the dozen or so geniuses were stunned and panicked. This was because they could sense that this barrier was set up by a legendary prodigy at the 5th level of the limitless realm. Chapter 896. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. His harvest this time was really too much. To be honest, Wang Mang was a little numb. Even he himself didn't know how rich his harvest was, but Wang Mang knew that it was absolutely easy for him to evolve. Even if his energy value was not enough to evolve, it was close at hand. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and began to fly towards the depths of the wasteland. The reason why he was able to kill so many geniuses so easily this time and obtain such a huge amount of rewards, it was completely inseparable from the invincible supreme tomb. Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't wait to digest it. In addition, Wang Mang flew towards the depths of the wasteland, which was completely opposite to the direction of the invincible supreme tomb. He didn't dare to go into seclusion in the depths of the wasteland near the invincible supreme tomb. There were too many geniuses gathered there. Wang Mang estimated that there were tens of thousands of geniuses. Moreover, if this time the invincible supreme tomb ended, the strength of the geniuses who survived would soar. After all, although the invincible supreme tomb was cruel to the extreme, but the opportunity could be said to be easily obtained. As long as he could leave alive, the harvest would not be too bad. Therefore, now that he had improved his strength, it was not bad to directly break through to the lesser supreme realm. Half an hour later, Wang Mang finally found a hidden cave in the wasteland. After setting up the barrier, only now did Wang Mang enter the cave. After entering the cave, Wang Mang couldn't wait to silently say in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Wang Mang, Heavenly Powerhouse, Myriad Devil Old Ancestor. Type, 9 Heavens Thunder Python, limit 850 meters. Realm, 8th Heavenly God Emperor, Legendary Genius. Body, 830 meters long, 38 meters wide, 1 billion tons. Divine ability, Ancient Demon Tyrannical Body, Perfection. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, Mastery, Devouring God Mantra, Perfection. Space, 1 bottle of Forgotten Love Water, Divine Weapon Fusion Card X1, Beastman Heterosexual Favorable Impression Card X1, Pseudo Rank 6 Divine Ability Jade Slip X1, Rank 6 Divine Ability Jade Slip X1, Immortal Emperor Grade Blind Box X2, Immortal Emperor Grade Treasure Chest X2, Designated Lottery Chance X1. Equipment, Sovereign Mask 5, Silver Dragon Spear, Pseudo 6, Dragon Beating Whip, Pseudo 6, Dark Saber, Pseudo 6, God Smashing Brick, Pseudo 6, Soul Refining Gourd 6, God Devourer Halberd 6, Talent, 19,000/15,000, Junior Sovereign. Energy value, 775 billion/800 billion ranking on the Monarch ranking, 1888. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was elated once again. If this wave of energy was completely digested, his strength was bound to skyrocket. This was because he already had 4 pseudo 6th level divine weapons. He also had a sixth-level divine weapon, but he couldn't use it for the time being. He also had a pseudo-sixth-level divine ability and a sixth-level divine ability. There were also 4 boxes, blind boxes, and so on. In fact, he even had a chance to draw a prize. So many gains. After digesting them, the foundation needed for Junior Sovereign is enough. After muttering to himself, Wang Mang couldn't help but become excited. Then, Wang Mang took out a pseudo-sixth-level divine ability Jade Slip from his storage space. After obtaining the Jade Slip, Wang Mang easily broke open the Jade Slip. A white light instantly rushed into Wang Mang's divine sense. At the same time, the information of this pseudo-sixth-level divine ability also emerged. It turned out that this was a speed-type divine ability. The name of this divine ability was Wind Evasion. The Wind Evasion was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Once it was used, it would allow one to be 5 times faster than a genius of the same level. In other words, once Wang Mang used it, his speed would almost be comparable to a genius of the 6th firmament of the extreme realm. Even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be big. If a genius majored in the law of wind, the effect would be even more terrifying. In addition, before he reached the 6th level, this divine ability would be useful. Of course, even if Wang Mang wasn't a genius majored in the law of wind, but the 5-fold increase in speed made Wang Mang very satisfied. Not bad. Not bad, as expected of a pseudo-6th-level divine ability. After sighing with emotion, Wang Mang took out the rest of the pseudo-6th-level divine weapons and looked at them. He found that these weapons were all pretty good. Their power was also outstanding among the pseudo-6th-level divine weapons. As for the 6th-level divine ability and the 6th-level divine weapon, God Devourer Halberd, Wang Mang had no interest in them, because with his current strength, he wasn't qualified to use a 6th-level divine weapon. It was the same for the 6th-level divine ability. He wasn't qualified to learn it. Wang Mang guessed that he would probably need to reach the level of Lesser Sovereign before he could start to use it. But there was a treasure that made Wang Mang very interested. He felt that he should be able to use it. This thing was a 6th-level treasure, God-refining gourd. Yes, it was a 6th-level treasure, not a 6th-level divine weapon. After Wang Mang experimented for a long time, he could basically confirm this gourd. He should be able to use this thing, but it would be very difficult, because after Wang Mang poured in the law with all his strength, he could only pull the lid of this gourd a little. But he couldn't completely open this black gourd. But Wang Mang was confident that if he broke through, he should be able to barely use it. Moreover, from the gourd's law of devouring, this thing was very likely related to the god Devourer Halberd. After sorting out the treasures, Wang Mang began to meditate cross-legged. In the virtual space he built, he constantly used the escape wind. A few days later, after he completely controlled the escape wind, he stopped cultivating this pseudo-6th-level divine ability, because although his physical body was only in this place for a few days, but in the self-built virtual space in Wang Mang's divine sense, God knows how many years had passed in the space. After slowly opening his eyes, Wang Mang was even more delighted. System, open the Celestial Emperor treasure chest. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host, successfully opened the Celestial Emperor treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 5 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 10 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 20 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained Mother of Otter's original underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained Ultraman Tiga transformation. Device X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained the ultimate form of Godzilla. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a 5th-level divine weapon, 9 Deities Scepter. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 9,000. Chapter 897. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've successfully obtained 900 billion happy beans. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you wish to begin evolution? No. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. Especially the last time the prize was drawn, it made him feel puzzled again. He thought that the system would give him 900 billion energy value. It made him happy for nothing. But fortunately, the reward from the Immortal Emperor treasure chest was not bad. The total energy value obtained was 35 billion energy value. Thinking up to this point, the gloominess in Wang Mang's heart lessened considerably. Then Wang Mang took a deep breath again and said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal Emperor blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've successfully opened the Immortal Emperor blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've successfully obtained 15 billion energy value. After hearing the system's first prize, Wang Mang was surprised. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kanai's Immortal Emperor blind box was still very promising. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to look forward to the next prize. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've successfully obtained 10 billion energy value. Not bad, although it wasn't as much as the first prize. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've successfully obtained 20 billion energy value. Okay. After hearing the system's second prize, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Because after only the third prize, 45 billion had already been drawn. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained a piece of Half-Beast Beauty's underwear. Damn. Wang Mang was speechless. He was just beginning to gloat. Just like that, a piece of trash appeared. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a top-tier stage 5 divine weapon, Devil's Slayer sword. Damn. What a King loss. Wang Mang was even more puzzled when he heard the system say that it was the 5th time. Could it be that 45 billion energy points was the limit? For a moment, Wang Mang was confused. While Wang Mang was feeling depressed, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained Martial Canopy's Stage 5 low-grade divine weapon, Nine-Toothed Rake. Even Zhu Beiji's Nine-Toothed Harrow is here. If you give it to me, what will Zhu Beiji use it for? He was depressed. Wang Mang didn't even know what to say. This was too deceptive. He had already obtained 3 pieces of trash. He hoped that the next prize would be better. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could only continue to wait for the next prize to be revealed. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained the faction leader of the Exploding Heavens faction, Secret Book of Acting Cool. Damn your grandpa. What the hell is this? For a moment, Wang Mang was even more depressed. Soon, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained the Shinong Taste of 100 Herbs book. Ding. Accumulation has met the evolution requirements. Begin evolution. No. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was suddenly speechless. He really only obtained 45 billion energy points, although it was more than the Celestial Emperor blind box and the Celestial Emperor treasure chest. But it wasn't much more. The two boxes added together only allowed Wang Mang to accumulate 850 billion energy points. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt very helpless. If only there was a good luck card this time. Wang Mang felt that it wouldn't be difficult to gather another 800 billion energy points. Unfortunately, there was no good luck card at all. Thinking of this, Wang Mang took a deep breath. Once again, he muttered in his heart, "System, open the Immortal Emperor treasure chest again." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Immortal Emperor treasure chest." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 20 billion energy points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 15 billion energy points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 15 billion energy points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 10 billion energy points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained the 4th level supernatural power, Green Lotus Sword Art." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a secret book of Emperor Ye's pretentious quotes." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a 6th level treasure, Jade Butterfly of Creation Fragment." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a piece of Emperor Li's original underwear." Ding. "The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you wish to begin evolution?" No. After listening to the Immortal Emperor treasure chest, Wang Mang immediately nodded in satisfaction. This Immortal Emperor treasure chest was not bad. It actually gave 60 billion energy points. This still made Wang Mang very satisfied. Now, his accumulated energy points had reached 910 billion. Then Wang Mang muttered in his heart again, "System, open the Immortal Emperor blind box again." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Immortal Emperor blind box." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 20 billion energy points." Not bad. Not bad. I hope it's better than the Immortal Emperor treasure chest. Just now, Wang Mang muttered in his heart. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 20 billion energy points." Okay. 40 billion energy points in 2 draws. It shouldn't be worse than the Immortal Emperor treasure chest just now. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and continued to look forward to the next draw. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 3rd time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 20 billion energy points." Awesome pen, awesome pen. 3 draws, 20 billion energy points each time. 3 draws had yielded a total of 60 billion energy values. This energy value had already surpassed the previous Immortal Emperor treasure chest. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood and continued to look forward to the next draw. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 30 billion energy points." Not bad, not bad. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. So far, this Immortal Emperor blind box had already obtained 90 billion energy points. It was much better than the first Immortal Emperor blind box. It had almost doubled. Wang Mang was in a good mood. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained. Chapter 898. The system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully obtained an immortal emperor tigress. What's the use of giving me a tigress? For a moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, Wang Mang also guessed that this immortal emperor-level blind box had probably reached the limit of 90 billion. Thinking of this, Wang Mang didn't have much hope and continued to wait for the next prize. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully obtained a Minotaur beauty and an original underwear. After hearing the system's announcement again, Wang Mang was speechless again. This time's announcement also made him very depressed. Fortunately, Wang Mang was already mentally prepared. At this time, the system's voice sounded for the seventh time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully obtained a low-grade, 6th rank, good luck card X1. Damn. Good. Awesome. I've even obtained a low-grade, 6th rank, good luck card. If this thing had been opened earlier, my harvest would have been more than this. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was both happy and helpless. He was happy that he had obtained a low-grade 6th rank good luck card. He was helpless that this low-grade 6th rank good luck card had come too late. If it had come earlier, he would have used it directly, and the 4 chests would have been able to fly on the spot. However, with this low-grade 6th rank good luck card, the next time he opened the treasure chest, he would be able to fly on the spot again. Not bad. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood. Then, he continued to look forward to the next prize. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully obtained a low-grade 5th rank bad luck card X1. Ding. The accumulation has met the evolution conditions. Do you want to start the evolution? No. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was in a good mood. All in all, this immortal emperor-level blind box didn't make a loss. On the contrary, it was the most valuable reward among the 4 boxes. Therefore, Wang Mang had nothing to complain about. Now, he had already gathered 1 trillion energy values. Even after evolving, he still had a lot of energy left. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood brightened. Then, Wang Mang began to think. This would determine the direction in which the lucky draw would be used. Obviously, after Wang Mang finally had the chance to draw the lottery, he was very happy. He did not want to obtain energy value. Right now, he had enough energy to evolve. After thinking about it, Wang Mang decided to store the designated lottery ticket. The next time he needed something, he would consider using the designated lottery chance. With this thought in mind, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! 800 billion energy values have been successfully deducted. Evolution is in progress. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness during his evolution. A week later, Wang Mang had just woken up from his evolution. When Wang Mang slowly opened his eyes, at this moment, Wang Mang's body had become more than 10 times stronger. The strength of the precepts around him was no different from the 6th level of the Supreme Realm. Not only that, Wang Mang's terrifying precepts became even more terrifying. Now, Wang Mang could feel that his strength was enough to easily kill dozens of his former self. This was obviously the difference between the 6th level of the Supreme Realm and the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. At the same time, Wang Mang discovered that most of the precepts around him had turned into the black devouring precepts. This immediately made Wang Mang realize that when he broke through, the precepts he thought of would gradually replace the chaotic precepts. However, Wang Mang was also very satisfied with the devouring precepts. Why? Because Wang Mang himself obtained a 6th level lower exclusive divine weapon, the devouring God halberd, which was the devouring precepts. Even his 6th level treasure, the God refining gourd, was also a devouring precept-type treasure. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, Wang Mang's main precepts would be the devouring precepts. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt the powerful energy in his body and was in a good mood. Then Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, all heavens expert, old ancestor Wanma. Type 9 heavens thunder python, limit 850 meters. Realm, 9th level of the supreme god legend. Body, 840 meters long, 39 meters wide, 2 billion tons in weight. Divine ability, ancient demon tyrannical body, pseudo 6, 9 heavens thunder seal, pseudo 6, devouring god technique, pseudo 6, escape wind, pseudo 6. Space, 1 bottle of oblivion water, divine weapon fusion card X1, beastman heterosexual favorable impression card X1, rank 6 divine ability jade slip X1, designated lottery ticket X1. Equipment, sovereign mask 5, silver dragon spear pseudo 6, dragon beating whip pseudo 6, dark blade pseudo 6, god slapping brick pseudo 6, god refining gourd 6, devouring god halberd 6, talent 19,000/15,000 junior sovereign. Energy value 200 billion/1 trillion. Ranking on the emperor board 188. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was stunned. The evolution energy value had increased to 1 trillion. Good heavens! That was really fast. Moreover, Wang Mang guessed it was very likely that the unit of energy value would change again. It would probably be replaced by a new unit of energy value. However, Wang Mang didn't care about this. What he needed to do now was to break through to junior sovereign. After all, his talent was already enough to become a junior sovereign. Therefore, how to break through to junior sovereign had become Wang Mang's top priority. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "System, how do I have the invincible belief?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Facing the lack of invincible belief, choose to kill 3 heavens' pride with invincible belief and devour them to make up for the lack of invincible belief. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 100 billion energy value. Immortal Emperor level blind box, X1. Immortal Emperor level treasure box, X1. Mission 2. Facing the lack of invincible belief, choose to kill 5 heavens' pride with invincible belief and devour them to make up for the lack of invincible belief. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 150 billion energy value. Immortal Emperor level blind box, X1. Immortal Emperor level treasure box, X1. Mission 1. Facing the clone that already has the invincible belief and has become a junior sovereign, choose to fuse the clone into yourself and have the invincible belief. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 300 billion energy value. Immortal Emperor level blind box, X1. Immortal Emperor level treasure box, X1. Chapter 899. After listening to the mission issued by the system, Wang Mang was stunned because the amount of information in this mission was too much. Moreover, there was a way to obtain the invincible belief. This might not be what shocked Wang Mang the most. What shocked him the most was his doppelganger had reached the junior sovereign level. Moreover, listening to the system's voice, his doppelganger was likely to have arrived at the path of conquest. But why couldn't he feel the existence of his doppelganger at all? Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly frowned. Then Wang Mang asked in his heart, "System, why can't I feel the existence of my doppelganger?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. As the doppelganger has obtained a high-grade treasure, it can completely isolate the host's perception. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that his doppelganger had some bad thoughts. Thinking of this, Wang Mang asked with a gloomy face, "System, didn't you say that the doppelganger would never betray?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Warm reminder to the host. Due to the increase in strength, the doppelganger has completely independent self-thought. But the doppelganger's existence is dependent on the host's existence. If the host dies, the doppelganger will die. If the doppelganger dies, the host will still be alive. Although the doppelganger is isolated from the host's perception, it can't be considered a betrayal. Moreover, the doppelganger has been influenced by the host's selfishness, and its thinking has changed. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. Damn it! Isn't this a betrayal? His doppelganger had its own thoughts. What made Wang Mang even angrier was his doppelganger had reached the junior sovereign level. In other words, his doppelganger obviously had the invincible belief. But his main body didn't have the invincible belief. Strictly speaking, he couldn't even compare to his doppelganger. This was a fact that Wang Mang couldn't accept at all. Who was the main body? Obviously, there was a reason for Wang Mang's displeasure. He had the support of the system, but in terms of strength, realm, and so on, he was still left behind by his clone. This was simply a slap to Wang Mang's face. It even made Wang Mang feel like his dignity was being challenged. After all, the clone was born because of him. How could it surpass him? Furthermore, the doppelganger had cut off his senses. It was obvious that it had thoughts of rebelling against him. Moreover, the rewards given by the system were so high. This proved it. It would be difficult for him to recall his avatar now. Therefore, it would be strange if Wang Mang was happy. Could it be that he was going to ignore his clone? For a moment, Wang Mang was incomparably conflicted, and his expression became unsettled. Evidently, he was extremely furious at the actions of his clone. At the same time, he was also at a loss as to whether he could still control his avatar. What should he do? Thinking of this, Wang Mang didn't choose the mission in the end. He decided to find his doppelganger first, and then make the choice of the mission. But how could he find the clone? Wang Mang suddenly felt troubled. However, he remembered that his clone looked exactly the same as him. Thus, Wang Mang had a direction to look for his doppelganger. Of course, even if Wang Mang had a direction to find his clone, he couldn't be sure that he would be able to find his clone. Therefore, Wang Mang asked in his heart, "System, is there a way to find my clone?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. The host can use a pseudo-sixth order tracking talisman. Ding! Detected that the host doesn't have a pseudo-sixth order tracking talisman. Can use a pseudo-sixth order divine weapon to exchange for it. Would you like to exchange? After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang almost cursed out loud in that instant. The price of a pseudo-sixth order divine weapon couldn't be compared to a pseudo-sixth order tracking talisman. After all, a pseudo-sixth order tracking talisman was a one-time consumable. No matter how expensive it was, it couldn't be more expensive than a pseudo-sixth order divine weapon. Therefore, Wang Mang was naturally very dissatisfied with the system's black-hearted behavior. After that, Wang Mang suppressed his anger and asked, "System, can I use energy value to buy it?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded, Ding. Will the host spend 100 billion energy value to buy a pseudo sixth order tracking talisman? After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt that his heart was bleeding. Obviously, the system's price was still black-hearted. Wang Mang, who used to be a profiteer, he felt that he was simply too kind, at least compared to the system. Although he felt heartache and helpless, Wang Mang still gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "System, purchase a pseudo sixth order tracking talisman." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully deducted 100 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained a pseudo sixth order tracking talisman X1. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's heart was bleeding, but he still said helplessly, "System, use the pseudo sixth order tracking talisman. Use the target, my doppelganger." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully used the pseudo sixth order tracking talisman. Ding. Warm reminder. The target is at the end of the light. As soon as the system's voice fell, Wang Mang saw a bright light in front of him. Obviously, this was the direction his doppelganger was pointing to. The next moment, Wang Mang's figure moved and rushed out of the cave. After arriving at the entrance of the cave, Wang Mang raised his hand and blasted out several giant palms of law. Wang Mang easily blasted open the barrier he had set up when he was in seclusion. Then, Wang Mang flew in the direction of the light. Now, Wang Mang's strength had reached the sixth firmament of the supreme realm. If he didn't encounter the little sovereign, he could almost run amok. Of course, if he encountered many geniuses with the strength of the sixth firmament of the supreme realm, Wang Mang would have to avoid them for the time being. However, it was basically impossible under such circumstances, as long as he didn't take the initiative to provoke the group of geniuses with the strength of the sixth firmament of the supreme realm. Basically, he wouldn't be easily stopped by the geniuses at the sixth firmament of the supreme realm, unless he sealed himself in the barrier and happened to encounter a lot of sixth firmament of the supreme realm. Which way would he be surrounded and killed by the hunters? But when Wang Mang flew in the direction of the light, he had already arrived at the deepest part of the wasteland. He didn't even go so deep into the wasteland when he was in seclusion in the past. After flying for a few hours, Wang Mang finally arrived at a big city. Yes, this big city stood in the depths of the wasteland. It was even larger than the 11 cities. Moreover, when he saw this big city, Wang Mang was stunned, because this was the 12 cities. Yes, the huge city gate was written with the words 12 cities. In other words, his doppelganger. He had entered the 12 cities earlier than him. It was even very likely that he had already entered the 12 cities. This made Wang Mang couldn't help but guess. Could it be that his doppelganger was also one of the 12 cities, one of the 10 little sovereigns? Chapter 900. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt even more uncomfortable. At the same time, Wang Mang also couldn't understand. What kind of opportunity did my clone get? It can actually increase my strength so much. I have the system to help me, but it can't compare to my clone. The more Wang Mang thought about it, the angrier and more puzzled he became. All right, obviously, Wang Mang felt unbalanced. In fact, that was the case. Anyone else would feel unbalanced. But Wang Mang hesitated for a moment. He still approached the 12 cities without hesitation. Obviously, even if his clone was in the 12 cities, he also wanted to see what was going on. After Wang Mang entered the 12 cities, he found that the number of geniuses here was even more lively than the 11 cities. But the number and quality of the geniuses here were too high. Almost all of them had reached the threshold of the fourth heaven of the supreme realm. In other words, the geniuses who hadn't reached the fourth heaven of the supreme realm, basically, none of them chose to enter the 12 cities. Of course, after Wang Mang entered the 12 cities. For a moment, the geniuses passing by on the street all took the initiative to make way. Obviously, Wang Mang, who was at the sixth heaven of the supreme realm, had a very high status. However, the most important thing was that Wang Mang's ranking on the emperor board made the geniuses not dare to offend Wang Mang. Good Lord, the geniuses in the top 200 on the emperor board are extremely powerful. It could be said that the geniuses in the top 300 on the emperor board had basically entered the ladder to accumulate their foundation and break through to the lesser supreme realm. Therefore, these geniuses were very clear that they couldn't easily offend any of the geniuses in the top 200 on the emperor board. Of course, Wang Mang didn't care about the compliments of these geniuses and continued to follow the guidance of the light into the city. In the end, Wang Mang came to an inn on the street of the 12 cities. Then, the guiding light disappeared. In other words, his clone was in this luxurious inn. With that thought, Wang Mang was about to step into the inn. But at this moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt a sharp gaze staring at him. Wang Mang raised his head abruptly and saw that in front of the window of a guest room that was a few stories high, a familiar figure stood on the windowsill with his hands behind his back, looking down at him. This person wasn't anyone else. It was Wang Mang's clone. If someone were to observe carefully, they would discover that Wang Mang's clone looked exactly the same as Wang Mang. It was just that Wang Mang was wearing the sovereign mask all along, so it was impossible to tell. At the same time, Wang Mang also felt a pressure that was even more terrifying than that of the Supreme Demon Master and the Supreme Female. Furthermore, the aura of invincibility that he was emitting from within his body was simply too intense. Even after seeing Wang Mang, the clone did not panic at all. The domineering confidence on his face made Wang Mang doubt his life. Is this really my clone? Especially when Wang Mang saw the information of the monarch ranking displayed above the clone's head. Wang Mang felt a headache coming on, as well as a sudden feeling of inferiority. Wang Shun ranked third on the monarch ranking. Yes, Wang Mang never expected that. His clone was not only one of the 10 supreme beings in the 12 cities. Moreover, his ranking was as high as the top 3. Looking at himself again, he was ranked 188th. This immediately made Wang Mang feel ashamed and unable to show his face. For a moment, countless emotions surged in Wang Mang's heart. There was anger, shame, awkwardness, and confusion. At this moment, it could be said that thousands of emotions surged in Wang Mang's heart. Without waiting for Wang Mang to speak, at this moment, Wang Shun, who was standing with his hands behind his back, chuckled expressionlessly. "You're here." Wang Shun's attitude made Wang Mang even angrier. However, Wang Mang still restrained the anger in his heart and nodded indifferently. "Why did you isolate me? Why did you change your name?" Hearing this, Wang Shun's expression suddenly became calm. "What right do you have to talk about me? Don't you feel ashamed when you see me? I wandered alone in the universe, relying on myself to leave you far behind. Do you think this is your credit? All you did was create me. Today's achievements are all because I relied on myself." At this point, Wang Shun chuckled and said, "I'm sorry. Moreover, I don't understand why you came to the path of conquest. Even if you are close to the lesser supreme being realm now, so what? I'll slap you to death. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. You're just wasting your time here. but I'm different. Not to mention the lesser supreme being, I have the confidence to become a greater supreme being and an invincible supreme being. I'll fight for the glory you can't fight for. I'll do the things you can't do. I'll kill the people you don't dare to kill. You just need to be at ease. After hearing the doppelganger's words, Wang Mang immediately flew into a rage. He could hear the disdain and contempt in the doppelganger's tone. Wang Mang was already extremely displeased to begin with. After hearing those words, he became even more furious. He roared, "You're rebelling. How dare you? Just who is the real one here? What? Could it be that you want to rebel?" As for why Wang Mang chose to send a voice transmission, this was because Wang Mang was worried about Wang Shen's enemies. It would be bad if they couldn't kill Wang Shen and came to kill him. After all, who knew how many experts his doppelganger had offended outside? Therefore, to be on the safe side, it was better to send a voice transmission. After hearing Wang Mang's voice transmission, Wang Shen couldn't help but mock him. "Look at you, you even sent a voice transmission to me. Are you afraid of being implicated by me? Tell me with your character, what are you doing in the world of conquest? After you break through to the lesser supreme, being level, you should leave as soon as possible. Only I am qualified to fight for the invincible supreme, being title. Also, be more respectful to me in the future. You don't deserve to lecture me. Wait till your strength surpasses mine. Then you can lecture me again." However, that's probably impossible. At the end of his words, Wang Shen's eyes became even sharper as he stared coldly at Wang Mang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at his doppelganger and was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Bastard! This damned bastard! I created him back then. Now he's rebelling. This damned doppelganger. He's rebelling. He's simply lawless." Seeing Wang Mang speechless, Wang Shen stood with his hands behind his back. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Angry? You still have the nerve to be angry? Is anger useful? Don't you know how you got to where you are today? I'm different. I didn't rely on anyone. After I left the untainted land, I've defeated countless enemies along the way. Along the way, I've killed countless geniuses. On the world of conquest, those who hear me fear me, and those who see me fear me. On the world of conquest, who else but me is on the Supreme Being list?" Chapter 9:01. After hearing the clone's domineering words, Wang Mang felt that his dignity was being challenged. Is this something a human should say? Is this something a clone should say? Who is the real clone? Wang Mang was furious. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, don't you think this is considered betrayal? He's just short of taking advantage of me. I'm so angry. Is there any way to take him back?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "The host doesn't need to worry. The clone will never betray the host, because the seventh step requires the true spirit to become one. Otherwise, the clone will never be able to break through to the seventh step. When the host breaks through to the seventh step, the host must take back the clone to break through to the seventh step. No matter how strong the clone is, it will never be able to break through to the seventh step. It will never be able to get rid of the clone's existence. It is destined to rely on the host to exist. It will never be able to threaten the host, nor will it be able to threaten the host." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt a little better. This was the only dignity he had left. This could also be considered as a cover for his shame. It was worth mentioning that his avatar actually had such lofty ambitions. It was indeed beyond Wang Mang's expectations. In contrast, Wang Mang was indeed a little ashamed and angry, but after getting the system's explanation, the uneasiness in Wang Mang's heart also dissipated. A clone was after all a clone. It was destined to succeed. But he had the system's help. As long as he didn't die, not to mention the 7th step, even the 8th step was possible. Thinking of this, Wang Mang coldly snorted and looked at the clone indifferently. The clone didn't care about this at all, and looked at him expressionlessly. Instead, a young man suddenly appeared beside him. Moreover, this young man also carried the terrifying pressure of a junior supreme. He stood side by side with the clone and said with a chuckle, "What's wrong? Why are you so talkative today?" The clone indifferently glanced at Wang Mang when he heard this. He clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "My disappointing twin brother has come looking for me again. He probably has a request for me." Hearing those words, Wang Mang was stupefied. He was completely stupefied. When did I become your twin brother? This clone was simply too presumptuous. This was simply preposterous. The infuriated Wang Mang almost couldn't hold back his cursing. However, Wang Mang did not expose him. He couldn't possibly tell others that he was the main body and Wang Shun was the clone, right? If he did, he would be targeted by his clone's enemies. Wouldn't that be adding to his troubles? Even if no one believed him, it would only add to his worries and jokes. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's face turned gloomy. "Do you believe that I will take you back? I am the main body. Remember, if you provoke me, I'll kill myself right in front of you." After hearing Wang Mang's threat, the clone sneered and ignored him. What kind of joke was this? This sovereign is threatening him with death. He was born because of Wang Mang. He knew Wang Mang better than he knew himself. He would rather believe that a rank 8 powerhouse would commit suicide than believe that Wang Mang would commit suicide. In the clone's opinion, everyone could commit suicide except for Wang Mang. Everyone could die, but his main body would definitely not die so easily. This was the clone's understanding of Wang Mang. It could be said that he knew Wang Mang better than Wang Mang himself. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with his main body. Now, he wanted to take him back. Sure, unless Wang Mang could defeat him. But he didn't even look at Wang Mang. After all, Wang Mang was now far behind him. What about him? He was about to become a Grand Supreme. What could Wang Mang use to defeat him? Could it be that he wanted to commit suicide and perish together? This was impossible. At this time, the young genius with a terrifying aura, who was comparable to the clone, chuckled at Wang Mang. "Little guy, you have to work hard. Look at your brother, he's my enemy." After hearing this, Wang Mang was even more furious, but he didn't say anything. In anger, Wang Mang turned around and left without hesitation. As for why he didn't talk back to this young genius, the main reason was that this young genius' strength was probably on par with his clone. Previously, Wang Mang saw the information on the Emperor list above his head at a glance. Have you ever been defeated? Emperor list ranking. Second, it was precisely because of this that Wang Mang ignored the young prodigy. This guy did have the right to be arrogant. Wang Mang was indeed no match for this guy. Even if he broke through to Lesser Supreme, Wang Mang didn't have the confidence to defeat this guy. As for the clone, it was also difficult to deal with. Wang Mang couldn't see it at all. To what extent had his foundation reached? Therefore, Wang Mang decided not to deal with the clone for the time being. Well, the main reason was that he really couldn't deal with the clone now. In addition, no matter how proud the clone was now, but in the end, he still couldn't escape from Wang Mang's claws. In addition, if the clone really became an invincible supreme, or even an invincible supreme on the list, this should also be considered as him being on the invincible supreme list. Thinking of this, Wang Mang finally felt a little better. These glories are all mine. Everything about the clone is mine. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly felt a lot better. Then he silently said in his heart, "System, I choose the second task." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the task. Please complete the task as soon as possible to receive the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He also began to feel conflicted. How should he find it? What about these geniuses with invincible beliefs? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "System, how do I find geniuses with invincible beliefs?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The inquiry information provided by the host. The value is extremely high. Do you want to spend 50 billion energy values to buy it? After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was even more furious. This system F*King ripped him off again. In order to find the clone, he spent 100 billion. Now, in order to find geniuses with invincible beliefs, he had to spend another 50 billion energy values. This system was simply too black-hearted. But what made Wang Mang helpless was that, even if he didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. The headquarters couldn't help but gather invincible beliefs. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt very aggrieved and said helplessly, "System, buy the information." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! 50 billion energy values have been successfully deducted. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained an invincible belief testing stone plate. Note 1. After the geniuses put their hands on the stone plate, it can detect whether the geniuses have invincible beliefs. Note 2. If the geniuses have invincible beliefs, the stone plate will emit golden light. If not, there will be no reaction. Chapter 902. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Invincible belief testing stone plate. This thing is not bad. In this case, he would be able to easily find the target. They were just 5 geniuses with invincible beliefs. Wang Mang believed that it shouldn't be too difficult. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mind flashed, and he immediately thought of a way. This way was not any other way. It was to become a charlatan in the city. Then, he would use the stone plate to test out 5 relatively weak geniuses with invincible beliefs, and then find a way to trick them out and devour them. In this way, his shortcoming of not having invincible beliefs would be solved. Thinking of this, Wang Mang didn't hesitate and immediately walked towards the most prosperous area of the 12 cities. Not long after, Wang Mang arrived at the center of the 12 cities. It was worth mentioning that Wang Mang found out the center of the 12 cities was really prosperous. There were a lot of geniuses, and they were all very powerful. Then Wang Mang found a bustling street and directly transformed into a charlatan. Then Wang Mang sat on the ground and set up a stall. There was a piece of cloth hanging in front of the stall. It said, "Do you want to know if you are qualified to become a junior supreme? If you want to know, come and take the test." Then Wang Mang took out the invincible belief testing stone from the space and placed it in front of him. But soon after Wang Mang set up the stall, it immediately attracted the attention of many geniuses. Many sky prides surrounded Wang Mang and asked him, "What's the matter?" "Fellow cultivator, how much do you charge for this test?" The one who asked was a legendary genius at the 6th heaven of the supreme realm. But obviously, this person wasn't on the emperor board, and there was no exclusive information on the emperor board above his head. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled kindly and said, "No charge. Free test." Hearing this, the genius glanced at Wang Mang in surprise and then chuckled, "Can I take the test?" Wang Mang immediately smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, please put your hand on the stone plate. If there is a golden light, then you have the qualifications to become a junior sovereign." Hearing this, the cursing prodigy didn't waste any more words. He directly reached out his hand and placed it on the stone plate in front of Wang Mang. But 1 minute later, the testing stone plate did not react at all. Seeing this, the prodigy frowned. "What's going on?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately chuckled and said, "This proves that you are not qualified to become a junior sovereign yet." "Nonsense! I'm at the 6th level of the Lamita realm. I'm a prodigy of the deity realm, and I'm already in the process of accumulating my foundation. How could I not be qualified to become a lesser sovereign?" However, before this guy could get angry, the surrounding geniuses couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. "If you don't have it, then you don't have it. Hurry up and scram. Let us try. That's right. She said you're not qualified now, but she didn't say you'll never be qualified. That's right. Get out of the way. Let me test it out. I feel like I've accumulated enough foundation." As the crowd of Sky Prides discussed amongst themselves, the Sky Pride left in a sullen manner despite his displeasure. After all, there were quite a number of 6th Firmament Supreme Realm geniuses here. His strength was not enough to be arrogant. In addition, he also believed that Wang Mang's strength was definitely stronger than his. Therefore, even if he were to cause trouble, he might not necessarily be able to take advantage of him. Only then did he leave dejectedly. Soon, the Sky Prides, they began to run in front of Wang Mang for the test. Unfortunately, Wang Mang was greatly disappointed. None of these Sky Prides were qualified to become a junior sovereign. In fact, there were dozens of 6th Firmament Supreme Realm geniuses among them. None of them had an invincible belief. This made Wang Mang feel incredulous. There were too few Sky Prides with invincible belief. Of course, such a test result also made Wang Mang feel a lot better. After all, there were so many 6th Firmament Supreme Realm geniuses, but none of them were qualified to become a junior sovereign. So, what if he was a bit mediocre? Everyone was mediocre. Couldn't he be a bit more mediocre? It could be said that. This time, the Sky Pride's test. This made Wang Mang feel a lot better. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood also became a lot better. However, this also angered many. After the test, the Sky Prides questioned Wang Mang. "Are you trying to fool us? We have more than 100 Sky Prides. Don't tell me that none of them are qualified." That's right. The number of geniuses at the 6th heaven of the Supreme Realm numbered in the dozens. What makes you say that we're not qualified? I originally thought that I was the only one who wasn't qualified. But don't tell me that so many Sky Prides aren't qualified. In my opinion, this guy is definitely trying to attack our beliefs on purpose. He's trying to shake our beliefs. In my opinion, he's just a swindler. He doesn't have the qualifications to become a junior sovereign, so he's deliberately shaking our beliefs and making us lose confidence. After hearing the discussions of the Sky Prides, Wang Mang was immediately speechless. These guys really knew how to flatter themselves. Did he need to shake their confidence? These guys didn't even have the belief of being invincible. He didn't even need to do that, because without the belief of being invincible, it was impossible to break through to junior sovereign. He also didn't have the belief of being invincible, even if he had accumulated enough talent. But he was still stuck at the level of legendary Sky Prides. Because of this, therefore, Wang Mang directly attacked without hesitation. Whether I'm deliberately trying to shake your confidence or not, you should know very well in your hearts. I think that several Sky Prides have accumulated enough talent, but they still haven't become junior sovereign. Don't tell me that those Sky Prides really don't know where the problem lies. They're just deceiving themselves. After hearing Wang Mang's words, many Sky Prides fell into silence, especially the few Sky Prides that Wang Mang pointed out. Of course, They knew where the problem lay. They didn't have the firm belief of being invincible. Therefore, even if they had accumulated enough talent, they still couldn't break through to junior sovereign. At this time, another Sky Pride couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Fellow Taoist, can I take the test?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then, looking at the Sky Pride in front of him, he was suddenly speechless. This Sky Pride was a legendary Sky Pride who was only at the fourth heaven of the Supreme Realm. In the 12 cities, he could only be regarded as a Sky Pride at the bottom. However, although Wang Mang didn't judge a book by its cover, he didn't think that this guy would have the belief of being invincible. Therefore, Wang Mang lazily nodded and said, "Put your hand on the stone plate. If you're qualified, the stone plate will emit golden light." Hearing this, the Sky Pride calmly nodded and stretched out his hand on the stone plate. But in the next moment, something that caused Wang Mang to be flabbergasted occurred. Chapter 904. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but get excited. Damn it, it wasn't easy. He had tested more than 1,000 geniuses. And the result? He only found 5 geniuses with invincible beliefs. What made him even more speechless was that, among the 5 geniuses of the extreme realm, none of them were from the 6th firmament of the extreme realm, although the number of geniuses in the 6th firmament of the extreme realm, it was much fewer than the 5th and 4th firmament of the extreme realm. But it was undeniable that Wang Mang wasn't among the 6th firmament of the extreme realm. He had found a genius with invincible beliefs. No wonder there were so few lesser sovereigns in the 12 cities. Perhaps this had something to do with the other lesser sovereigns, but it also proved a problem. Even among the geniuses in the 6th firmament of the extreme realm, it was very difficult to find a lesser sovereign. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to the 2 of them, "Wait for me outside the city tomorrow. I will choose one of the 5 geniuses with similar strength as you to be my disciple and help him make up for the lack of foundation and resources. Because I may not be able to break through a small realm, but I am willing to accept a disciple and use resources, divine weapons, and so on to help my disciple." After hearing Wang Mang's voice transmission, the 2 geniuses were stunned for a moment before they couldn't help but be ecstatic. They didn't even question Wang Mang's words at all, because the information above Wang Mang's had proved it. Wang Mang's strength and foundation were already very strong. Once they inherited Wang Mang's resources, they would be able to do so. They would probably be able to complete the accumulation of their original foundation at the fastest speed. Therefore, the 2 of them replied via voice transmission, "Thank you for your care, Senior. Wang Mang will definitely keep the appointment. I will definitely live up to Senior's expectations and expectations." Obviously, in the face of benefits, the 2 of them had changed the way they addressed Wang Mang. From fellow Taoist to senior, the hidden meaning was indeed to flatter Wang Mang. They hoped to obtain Wang Mang's foundation and resources. After all, this was very important to them now. Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction. Then he said with a smile, "Good, good, good. I have high hopes for you. I hope that one of you can pass my test and become my disciple. Then you can obtain my foundation and resources and quickly reach the lesser sovereign level." The 2 of them looked at each other and transmitted their voices to Wang Mang. "It's our honor to be Senior's disciple." Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled and waved his hand at them. The killing intent could leave now. The 2 Sky Prides then cupped their fists respectfully towards Wang Mang before disappearing into the crowd. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately stopped the prodigies who were about to continue testing and waved his hand. "This test will end here." With that, Wang Mang left ignoring the surrounding sky prides. Seeing this, many sky prides who didn't take the test immediately left regretfully. Early in the morning of the third day, Wang Mang arrived at the gate of the 12 cities and waited. Not only that, Wang Mang also looked around, fearing that the 5 sky prides with invincible beliefs would stand him up in the end. However, Wang Mang didn't have to wait for long before the 5 sky prides with invincible beliefs arrived one after another. Obviously, Wang Mang had completely underestimated the determination of this group of sky prides to obtain his foundation and resources. After all, once they obtained his foundation and resources, any one of them could overtake him. Lu Qinglong greets Senior. Li Yunlong greets Senior. Li Juanxiong greets Senior. Du Yefeng greets Senior. Chu Jun greets Senior. After the 5 sky prides came up, they cupped their fists respectfully towards Wang Mang. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled kindly and said, "Good, come with me. Whoever can pass my test will have the opportunity to become my disciple." After that, Wang Mang led the 5 sky prides toward the boundless desert. Yes, outside the 12 cities, there was a barren desert. There was no vast forest. Therefore, after Wang Mang flew toward the depths of the desert, the 5 sky prides followed closely behind him. Although they didn't know what Wang Mang's test was, they were extremely confident. If they didn't have confidence, they didn't deserve to have invincible beliefs. What was invincible beliefs? They believed that they would eventually be invincible. They had the confidence to conquer the mountains and rivers and defeat any enemy. This was invincible beliefs. This belief could only be formed after a long period of accumulation. Therefore, with invincible beliefs, they were naturally more qualified than other sky prides to become junior sovereigns. 2 hours later, Wang Mang finally arrived at a desert. Then Wang Mang raised his hand and began to set up a spirit array. Seeing this, the 5 sky prides looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes, however, were filled with vigilance. However, while they were hesitating, Wang Mang had already set up the spirit array. However, as soon as Wang Mang turned around, the 5 sky prides questioned Wang Mang. "Senior, why do you need to set up a spirit array? Could it be that this test is to kill each other?" "That's right." "Senior, why do you need to set up a spirit array? If other sky prides come, won't we be like fish on a chopping board?" Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled and said with his hands behind his back, "Only the strong are worthy of becoming my disciple. Therefore, you need to defeat me at the same level as you. I will suppress my strength to the same level as you. You only have one choice: to defeat me or die." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the 5 sky prides were relieved. If one were to observe carefully, one would notice that the 5 of them had contempt in their eyes. Obviously, they were not afraid of anyone at the same level as them. However, when they thought about how Wang Mang was at the 6th heaven of the supreme realm and had mastered several pseudo-6 divine powers, they no longer held back their contempt. The contempt in their eyes disappeared. They looked at each other and asked Wang Mang, "What's the matter?" "Senior, shall we attack together or together?" Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled and said, "All of you can attack together." After hearing this, the 5 sky prides rushed towards Wang Mang without hesitation. However, when they attacked with all their might and rushed towards Wang Mang, they suddenly saw a strong murderous intent in Wang Mang's eyes. At that moment, they knew that something was wrong. However, in the next moment, before they could think further, Wang Mang transformed into a giant python and swallowed 3 sky prides. If the other 2 sky prides had not reacted quickly, they would have been swallowed by Wang Mang. The 2 sky prides who had escaped death looked at Wang Mang in horror and asked, "What are you doing?" "Senior, didn't you say that you would fight with us at the same level?" "Yes." "Senior, what do you mean?" You didn't suppress your strength at all. Hearing this, Wang Mang opened his ferocious mouth and spoke in human language with a smile. Do you really think I'll help you? With my accumulated strength, I am very close to breaking through to the supreme realm. Do you really think that I am a good person? After saying that, Wang Mang, under the two people's terrified gazes, moved his enormous body and charged forward. Seeing this, the two sky prides tried to dodge in horror, but it was useless. They were only at the fourth heaven of the supreme realm. Under the pressure of Wang Mang's sixth heaven of the supreme realm, they only managed to escape for half an hour. In the end, they all died in Wang Mang's mouth. After swallowing the 5 sky prides, Wang Mang transformed into his human form in satisfaction. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully swallowed 2 seventh heaven, supreme God realm sky prides. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 4 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 20 talent points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully swallowed 3/6 heaven, supreme God realm sky prides. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 8 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 30 talent points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully completed the mission. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained Immortal Emperor level blind box X1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained Immortal Emperor level treasure box X1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 150 billion energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 5 invincible beliefs. Do you want to absorb them? Note, warm reminder, after absorbing other people's invincible beliefs, it will secretly affect the host's character. There may be unpredictable consequences. Chapter 9:05. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang, who was originally in a good mood, was suddenly stunned. After absorbing other people's invincible beliefs, there might be a hidden effect. For a moment, Wang Mang was a little confused. This was something that Wang Mang never expected. Therefore, Wang Mang fell into hesitation. But after thinking carefully, Wang Mang felt that he was overthinking. How could a mere 5 invincible beliefs affect him? How was that possible? Thinking of this, Wang Mang did not hesitate and chose to say, accept. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang felt 5 golden lights suddenly enter his body. The next moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long. After a few minutes, Wang Mang was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. At the same time, Wang Mang could not help but feel a little scared. The impact of these 5 invincible beliefs on him was greater than he imagined. Because he had accepted 5 invincible beliefs, the process of growing from nothing. This was equivalent to Wang Mang accepting the long years of cultivation of these 5 people. Because of this, one could imagine the impact, which almost confused Wang Mang's consciousness. As expected of the invincible beliefs, their experiences are much more complicated and legendary than other geniuses. After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang could not help but sigh, because after absorbing the invincible beliefs of these 5 people, Wang Mang basically knew the lives of these 5 people like the back of his hand. It was as if he had watched a long movie. Because of this, Wang Mang could not help but sigh, compared to him, who had been careful all the way until now. But these 5 people had been hot-blooded all the way. There was love, there was passion, there were joys and sorrows, there was grief and loss, and so on. It could be said that Wang Mang's life was indeed quite different from theirs. His life was not as wonderful as theirs. But what did this matter? Their lives were indeed exciting. But now, weren't they already dead? Therefore, in Wang Mang's opinion, it was useless to have a wonderful life. Only those who could live to the end would be the one who had the last laugh. Therefore, Wang Mang firmly believed that he would be the one who had the last laugh. This confidence came from Wang Mang's character. He never did anything he was not completely sure of. He never fought an enemy he was not completely sure of. Even if he was like this, he would not be able to laugh to the end. Who would laugh to the end? Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly became high-spirited. He couldn't help but want to break through to the Junior Supreme realm. However, after thinking about it, Wang Mang still felt that it wasn't safe. He had to find a place to break through to Lesser Sovereign as soon as possible. At that time, he would be able to move unhindered in the 12 cities, and no one would dare to look down on him. So what if it was a clone? At the same level's battle strength. At that time, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the Supreme Demon Master, the Female Supreme, and the other Supremes. At this time, Wang Mang suddenly spat out 5 storage rings from his mouth. These were obviously the storage rings that had not been digested after the 5 geniuses swallowed them. But after checking them, Wang Mang suddenly smiled. There was an unexpected gain, because among the 5 geniuses, one of them actually had a pseudo 6th level divine weapon. It was a divine weapon with a white sword. The law of sword was very sharp and looked very good. On the sword, there were 3 words engraved: White Sun Sword. It was a good sword. Wang Mang looked at it for a while, then put it away with a chuckle. Being in an extremely good mood, Wang Mang raised his hand and blasted apart the spirit formation he had set up. Then Wang Mang, with his hands behind his back, turned into a stream of light and flew towards the depths of the desert. Because he had to find a place to seclude himself and break through to the Junior Supreme realm. Therefore, as Wang Mang kept flying towards the depths of the desert, it took a full 2 hours. Wang Mang found a place to seclude himself. This was an underground palace in the desert. It looked very hidden. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. There was no aura of a dying expert in the air. Because of that, Wang Mang set up a spirit formation in this place. Then Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of him. Wang Mang, all heavens expert, myriad devil old ancestor. Type, 9th heaven thunder python, limit 850 meters. Realm, 9th heaven divine emperor, myth realm genius. Shape, 840 meters long, 39 meters wide, 2 billion tons in weight. Divine ability, ancient demon tyrant body, pseudo 6th level. 9th heaven thunder seal, pseudo 6th level. Divine devouring art, pseudo 6th level. Escape wind, pseudo 6th level. Space, 1 bottle of Wangqing water, 6-color world teleportation stone. Divine weapon fusion card X1. Rank 6 divine ability jade slip X1. Rank 6 low-grade good luck card X1. Designated lucky draw opportunity X1. Immortal Emperor level treasure chest X1. Immortal Emperor level blind box X1. Equipment, Supreme Mask 5, Silver Dragon Spear, pseudo 6th level. Dragon Beating Whip, pseudo 6th level. Dark Blade, pseudo 6th level. God Slapping Brick, pseudo 6th level. God Refining Gourd, 6th level. God Devouring Halberd, 6th level. Talent, 19050/15,000, Little Supreme. Energy value, 203. 8 billion/1 trillion. Ranking on the Emperor board, 188. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt that he seemed to be able to accumulate enough energy to break through to the 6th rank. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Then Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, use the rank 6 low-grade good luck card." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully used the rank 6 low-grade good luck card. Ding. Warm reminder. After using it, you will have good luck for 24 hours. If it's light, you will have good luck. If it's heavy, you will have good luck." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in a good mood and continue to wait. Unfortunately, what made Wang Mang feel regretful was that he didn't get good luck. Wang Mang knew that once he got good luck, he would have the best luck. The prizes would also be the most, and it could even reach the limit of the treasure chest. However, since he had already used the good luck card, Wang Mang could only continue to draw. After waiting for an hour, only then did Wang Mang recite in his heart, "System, open the Immortal Emperor treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Immortal Emperor treasure chest." Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 6.2 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 40 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 50 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained 50 billion energy value. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained a piece of the Goddess of Misfortune's original underwear. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained a rank 5 Skeleton King's divine ability. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained a rank 5 Immortal Emperor summon card, X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained. Chapter 906. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a rank 5 Lesser Supreme, Thunder King Sikong Jun, battle suit. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. After all, the Immortal Emperor grade treasure chest only contained 150 billion energy points. No, 150 billion energy value was still a little short. Although it wasn't the most, it was still not bad. After adjusting his emotions, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal Emperor level blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully opened the Immortal Emperor level blind box." Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 50 billion energy value. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Mang's eyes immediately lit up. Not bad. Not bad. This was a good sign. Thinking of this, Wang Mang continued to look forward to the second lottery. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 40 billion energy value." After hearing the second lottery, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then secretly nodded, although it was 10 billion less than the first lottery. But after 2 lottery draws, close to 100 billion was still quite impressive. Soon, another minute had passed. The system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 60 billion energy value." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. He had obtained 150 billion energy value in 3 lottery draws. Obviously, it was much better than the Immortal Emperor level treasure chest. This also allowed Wang Mang to accumulate energy value. Once again, it reached 500 billion. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time, frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 100 billion energy points." 8. The F asterisk CK, another 100 billion energy values. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang was once again completely stunned. He didn't expect the system to be so awesome. That's right. Very good. 4 draws yielded 250 billion energy values. This immortal emperor-grade blind box was indeed very powerful. For a moment, Wang Mang began to look forward to the next prize. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained a mountain full of flowers. A sea of flowers? It was quite romantic, but it's useless to me, Wang Mang said gloomily. He wasn't going to flirt with girls, so why would he need a mountain full of flowers? While Wang Mang was feeling depressed, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a peach blossom immortal island. F asterisk CK. Again, system, can you be more normal? Even if you give me something so romantic, it's useless. I don't have a Tao companion. Wang Mang was really helpless and didn't know how to complain. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a 6-stage flower fairy's original underwear. It seemed that there was nothing to look forward to in the next prize. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a female Supreme's original underwear. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was also a little helpless. As expected, the 250 billion energy values from this immortal emperor-grade blind box was the limit. However, he had obtained 400 billion energy values from 2 treasure chests. Wang Mang had nothing to complain about. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became much better. Then, Wang Mang took a deep breath and hesitated whether to use the designated lottery chance. If he used it, it seemed that he didn't lack anything at the moment. He didn't lack energy values either. 500 billion energy values. Wang Mang was still confident that he could easily gather them. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Wang Mang decided to keep the designated lottery chance. After thinking for a while, Wang Mang finally decided to keep it and use it in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in high spirits in his heart, "System, level up to Junior Supreme." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. 15,000 talent values have been successfully deducted, starting to level up. As soon as the system's voice fell, golden light began to appear around Wang Mang's body. Not only that, as the golden light continued to pour into his body, the light on Wang Mang's body began to become stronger and stronger, directly breaking through the barrier. In the sky, it formed a dazzling golden light pillar. Similarly, Wang Mang's body began to undergo tremendous changes. It was as if the cells all over Wang Mang's body were pulsating. The power of laws in all directions began to converge. At the same time, above Wang Mang's head, a familiar phenomenon appeared again. This phenomenon was the same phenomenon that had appeared in the past, the primordial 9-headed ancestor. Not only that, Wang Mang didn't know that. When he was ascending to Junior Supreme, at this moment, in the desert, countless geniuses raised their heads and looked in the direction of Wang Mang. They were all too clear about such a movement. It was the movement caused by the ascension of a Junior Supreme. For a while, countless geniuses looked at the golden light pillar in the distant sky with incomparable shock and began to discuss, "Damn it, how is this possible? Someone is trying to ascend to Junior Supreme, and it's a success. It's more than a success. Brother, this is the sign of the birth of a Junior Supreme, okay? Damn it, another Junior Supreme has been born. This is going to be fun. I wonder if this guy can survive the 12 cities Supremes." That's right. the 12 cities supremes will definitely not turn a blind eye to it. If he can't resist the 12 cities junior supreme, this guy will die. In my opinion, it's just a flash in the pan. He's not the first one to try to ascend to junior supreme. Didn't the previous 2 geniuses die in the hands of the 12 cities supremes? Even if he dies, he's still better than you, okay? He's at least a junior supreme. What about you? That's right. He's at least a junior supreme. You don't even have the qualifications to become a junior supreme. Using his life to satisfy his cravings? In my opinion, I'm afraid he'll die soon. For a while, the geniuses in the desert were talking about all kinds of things. Obviously, some people were optimistic about Wang Mang, while others believed that Wang Mang was just a flash in the pan. After all, every supremes that were born would be blocked by the 12 cities supremes. If the gap in strength was too big, then they were destined to die. This wasn't the first time. Similarly, the movement here couldn't escape the attention of the 12 cities supremes. After all, the movement was too big. It was impossible to escape everyone's attention. Basically, when Wang Mang ascended to junior supreme, he was destined to be known by everyone. The geniuses of the 11 cities might not be able to see such a movement, but the geniuses of the 12 cities had a panoramic view. At the same time, above the 12 cities, the Emperor Board's broadcast resounded throughout the city. Congratulations! Slaughtering all the dogs on the Emperor Board has successfully ascended to Junior Supreme. Chapter 907. When the voice of the Emperor Board rang out, all the geniuses of the 12 cities were in an uproar, although some people had indeed seen Wang Mang in the 12 cities. However, not all prodigies had seen it before. But when they learned that this guy had broken through to lesser sovereign, many geniuses were furious. There was no other reason. This name was too hateful. Many geniuses were scolded, including the 10 lesser sovereigns of the 12 cities. Because of this, many of the sky prides began to discuss among themselves. This guy actually broke through to lesser sovereign. He really deserves to die. What did he do to deserve this? That's right. This is the first time I want someone to die. I hope this guy will be killed soon. Don't worry. The lesser sovereigns of the 12 cities will deal with this guy. That's right. If someone had broken through to lesser sovereign in the past, there was still a high chance of survival. This guy's chance of survival is definitely lower. This name is enough to attract hatred. Obviously, after the geniuses of the 12 cities learned that it was Wang Mang who had broken through, it could be said that they collectively didn't have a good impression of Wang Mang. They even hated him. In fact, many of the geniuses were cursing Wang Mang in their hearts. The reason for that was because they had heard of Wang Mang's name several months ago. At that time, many geniuses were extremely dissatisfied with Wang Mang. They had almost forgotten about it. But Wang Mang broke through again. His name once again resounded throughout the 12 cities. It was hard for these geniuses to forget him because of this, let alone scolding Wang Mang. If they had the strength, most likely they had already gone to kill Wang Mang. However, although they didn't go to kill Wang Mang, but in fact, their guess was right. There were many lesser sovereigns who were dissatisfied with Wang Mang. At this moment, in a tall pavilion in the 12 cities, the 3 lesser sovereigns looked at the golden light pillar in the sky in the distance, and then looked at each other. At this time, the 5th genius on the Emperor Board, Traceless Moonfall, chuckled. Let's go. Another prey had arrived. This thing that overestimates its own capabilities dares to humiliate us with its name. Hearing this, the god of massacre, who was ranked 6th on the Emperor leaderboard, smiled and said, Actually, I've sent someone to kill this guy before. However, this guy was actually saved by some female utmost exalted. This kid's luck is pretty good. Hearing this, The genius named Cold Sword of 9 Provinces, who was ranked 8th on the emperor list, hesitated. 2 days ago, I heard that this guy seemed to know Wang Shun. It's said that this guy seems to be Wang Shun's younger brother. Traceless Fallen Moon and God of Massacre looked at each other and said disdainfully, "That's right. That's not the case." "So what? Do you think the 3 of us are afraid of Wang Shun?" "That's right. Wang Shun can indeed suppress us." "Could it be that the 3 of us are afraid of him?" Hearing this, the 8th-ranked expert on the monarch ranking, Little Supremacy, felt extremely helpless. He knew that Wang Shun was close to Junbubi, who was ranked 2nd on the monarch ranking. The 2 of them were equal in strength. Many people knew that the 2 of them were not only rivals, but also good friends. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Wang Shun and Junbubi. After all, even the Thunder Shakyamuni, Sikongzhen, had been suppressed by Wang Shun and Junbubi the entire time. Therefore, he was still a little hesitant. At this time, the 2 geniuses, Traceless Fallen Moon and God of Massacre, urged, "Let's go." "Old Jin, what are you hesitating for?" Hearing that, the heavenly legend of Freezing Sword of 9 Provinces nodded silently. The 3 of them shot out one after another, heading straight out of the city. This scene also made countless geniuses talk about it. They didn't need to guess to know why these 3 lesser supremacies had left the city, because the only thing that could make a supremacy leave the city was the birth of a new lesser supremacy. Therefore, these 3 lesser supremacies were obviously going after the newly born lesser supremacy. At the same time, in the city's attic, Wang Shun was watching the 3 lesser supremacies leave, his expression changing. He naturally knew that the one who had broken through to lesser supremacy was his original body. Because of this, even if he didn't intervene, he had no choice. 3 lesser supremacies had already taken action. If something happened to Wang Mang, or if he really died, if that happened, he would be in trouble. Although he had always admired the original body's ability to survive. However, with the 3 lesser supremacies taking action, he wasn't sure if the original body could successfully escape. At this time, Junbubi walked to his side with a smile and chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you worried that your brother has died?" Hearing this, Wang Shun was very disdainful. If Wang Mang hadn't died, he would have died too. He didn't care about Wang Mang's life or death. Therefore, Wang Shun nodded and said, "I'm going to take a look." Hearing this, Junbubi chuckled and said, "Then let's go together. Otherwise, if Sikongzhen catches us alone, he will seize the opportunity to suppress and humiliate us." After saying that, the 2 of them jumped down from the attic and walked out of the city. Seeing this scene, the geniuses in the city were even more shocked. They originally thought that with 3 lesser supremacies going to kill Wang Mang was already unlucky enough. But looking at the current situation, this guy was definitely going to die. Thinking of this, many geniuses began to discuss. If this guy who just broke through to the lesser supremacies can survive, I'll be convinced. Are you dreaming? Does this dog think he can survive? 5 lesser supremacies have taken action. Even Junbubi and Wang Shun have taken action. Yeah, with 5 lesser supremacies taking action, even the Thunder Law King Sikongzhen will have to kneel. Yes, if this kid can survive, I'll chop off my head and use it as a urinal. If this kid can survive, I'll write my name upside down. Everyone, do you have to be like this? He's already been dealt with by 5 lesser supremacies, and you're still here making sarcastic remarks. Yeah, don't laugh at him. Laugh louder. I'm going to take a look. Ha ha. I'm also going to take a look. Isn't this guy arrogant? He dares to use such an arrogant name. Let's see how he'll die this time. While many geniuses of the 12 cities were discussing, at this moment in an endless desert, at this moment the surrounding underground palace had turned into ruins. Wang Mang, who had just advanced to the lesser supremacies, was also speechless. He didn't expect that his advancement to the lesser supremacies would cause such a big commotion. It directly destroyed the place where he had secluded himself, and even the barrier he had set up. However, when Wang Mang sensed the frightening strength within his body, he was shocked. Wang Mang couldn't help but smile. In particular, there was now an additional pressure exclusive to supremacies around his body. This pressure was extremely terrifying, and it could even cause a great deterrence. In other words, those geniuses who didn't have the pressure of a lesser supremacies, when facing a lesser supremacies, their hearts would be oppressed. In addition, if this pressure was exerted to the extreme, it could even cause a sixth heavenly layer supreme realm genius to feel great pressure. Thus, it would directly cause the other party's battle strength to be severely affected. For a moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but look down at his hands. His face was full of shock as he muttered to himself. So, this is a lesser supremacies? Killing a prodigy of the sixth heavenly layer of the supreme realm is as easy as crushing an ant. Chapter 908. This wasn't something Wang Mang said for nothing, because a lesser sovereign had the strength of a seventh heavenly layer extreme realm. It was 20 times stronger than a sixth heavenly layer extreme realm. As for whether there was a stronger one, Wang Mang didn't know, but at this moment, Wang Mang could easily kill a sixth heavenly layer extreme realm expert, if Wang Mang wanted to kill. Even if there were hundreds of sixth heavenly layer extreme realm experts, it would be easy for him to kill them. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully completed the mission of entering the top 100 of the Emperor board. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 100 billion energy value. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained an immortal Emperor level blind box X1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained an immortal Emperor level treasure box X1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a designated lucky draw opportunity X1. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first, but then he suddenly understood. He had accepted this mission before he went to the 11th city. It took him so long to complete it that he had almost forgotten about this mission. Fortunately, he had completed it. After all, he had already become a lesser sovereign. Therefore, his ranking on the Emperor board had naturally entered the top 100. If even a lesser sovereign couldn't squeeze into the top 100, Wang Mang would probably vomit blood. This was impossible. If he hadn't entered the top 100, this meant that the top 100 were all lesser sovereigns. But according to Wang Mang's guess, there were no more than 15 lesser sovereigns. It was impossible for there to be so many lesser sovereigns. Otherwise, wouldn't lesser sovereigns be worthless? But at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. First mission, choose to temporarily avoid the lesser sovereigns who are about to attack you. Your life is more important. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 50 billion energy value. Second mission, when facing the lesser sovereigns who are about to come to stop you, choose the Hall of Victory. Obtained approval. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 200 billion energy values. Immortal Emperor Grade Blind Box X1. Immortal Emperor Grade Treasure Chest X1. Mission 3. Choose to kill all the lesser sovereigns who are coming to stop you. Conquering the heavens and myriad worlds. Mission time, you can obtain it upon completion. Mission reward, free evolution opportunity X1. Immortal Emperor Grade Treasure Chest X1. Immortal Emperor Grade Blind Box X1. After listening to the mission issued by the system, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned gloomy. Judging from this mission, it was obvious that a lesser sovereign had come to stop him. Moreover, it wasn't just one lesser sovereign, but many. That was Wei 2F asterisk King overestimating him. What right do I have to deserve this kind of treatment? If one of them came, then so be it. And several of them at that. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang was also a little upset. He had just become a supreme being and hadn't even had the time to be happy yet. As a result, little sovereign came to stop him. If it was just one, then so be it. A battle of the same level. Although Wang Mang guessed that there was a gap between him and the others, Wang Mang didn't think that he would be killed instantly. But if several lesser sovereigns came, and they had already broken through to the lesser sovereign realm, Wang Mang would really be in danger of dying. After taking a deep breath, in the end, Wang Mang still decided. He directly eliminated the third mission. That was simply impossible. It was impossible for him to fight several lesser sovereigns at once. In a one-on-one situation, there was a very small possibility. But if he had to fight several lesser sovereigns at once and kill several lesser sovereigns who had deeper foundations than him, Wang Mang wasn't sure about this. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Wang Mang finally decided to choose the first mission. Although the reward for free was less, it was still better than not completing the mission. It was impossible to win against several lesser sovereigns at once. Once the other party seized the opportunity, they would even kill him. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System Cabinet, I choose the first mission." The next moment, the system's voice also sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully chosen the mission." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the mission." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained 50 billion energy value." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood was very complicated. He never thought that he, a dignified sovereign realm genius, would actually run away. Fine. It should be said that he was temporarily avoiding the front line. Just as Wang Mang was feeling helpless, he suddenly felt that 3 terrifying sovereign realm auras in the distance were sweeping towards him. When he looked up, he saw 3 sovereign realm geniuses rapidly flying over in the distant sky. The golden words above the heads of these 3 sovereign realm geniuses were particularly obvious. 5th on the Emperor ranking, Traceless Falling Moon. 6th on the Emperor ranking, God of Slaughter. 8th on the Emperor ranking, Frozen Sword of 9 Provinces. Good heavens! 3 lesser sovereigns. They really thought highly of him. For a moment, Wang Mang's face was particularly gloomy. He was hesitating whether to leave now or wait. After thinking for a while, Wang Mang finally decided not to run away directly. If that was the case, it would be too embarrassing. After all, he was now a lesser sovereign. If he ran away as soon as he saw the other lesser sovereigns, that would be too shameful. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's face suddenly became indifferent. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the 3. At the same time, the 3 lesser sovereigns who had already arrived crossed their arms and stood in the sky, looking down at Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang put his hands behind his back and pretended to be calm. "What do you mean by this?" Hearing this, the God of Slaughter said with a chuckle, "Kid, you're lucky. Back then, the Emperor of Antiquity accepted my mission to kill you. If it wasn't for the female sovereign, you would already be dead." After saying this, the God of Slaughter paused for a moment, and then said with a smile, "However, you can escape once, but you won't be able to escape this time." "Do you know why we're here to kill you?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was taken aback. He was indeed a little confused about this. I don't have much hatred with these guys, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang frowned and asked, Why? We don't have much of a conflict, do we? Why did you ask the Emperor of Antiquity to kill me? Do you want to kill me just because of a disagreement? Hearing this, the young genius, Luoyue Wuhen, said with a face full of ridicule, You don't know anything? Then you're really an idiot. You don't even know why we're here to kill you. The young genius of the god of slaughter said with a face full of disdain, In our eyes, you're just an ant. Even now, you're still an ant. It just so happens that you've broken through to the supremacy realm. After devouring you, you can also increase our foundation. As for why? Because you're too arrogant. How dare you humiliate us with a name? Who do you think you are? Slaughtering all the dogs on the monarch ranking? Do you deserve such a name? Chapter 909. Hearing their humiliating words, Wang Mang's face turned ugly. He didn't expect that a name on the emperor board would attract so much hatred. If he had known this would happen, no matter what, Wang Mang would never choose such a name. However, it was too late to say this now. Judging from the way the three of them were eyeing him covetously, they probably wanted to kill him completely. Regarding this, Wang Mang's heart immediately sank, but on the surface, he was calm and composed. Whether I'm qualified or not, we'll only know after we try. What? As a supreme being, you want to bully others with numbers? If you want to bully others with numbers, then I'll admit defeat and admit that I'm not your opponent. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Luoyue and Wuhen said mockingly, You think you're worthy of us attacking together? Who do you think you are? Thunder King Sikong Zhen? Hearing this, the god of massacre and Jojo geniuses, they couldn't help but laugh and scrupulously. Of course, they could see Wang Mang's worry. But this was what made them laugh the most. What qualifications did Wang Mang have? What capabilities did he have to make them attack together? Not to mention that Wang Mang was just an ant that had just broken through to the lesser supreme being realm. He was just an ant. Did he think that they would join hands to kill him? Was he worthy? It was really funny and ridiculous. The Jojo geniuses chuckled at Wang Mang and said, Come on, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. They won't interfere. You overestimate yourself and underestimate our credibility. Dignity may not be worth mentioning, but to us, it's more important than our lives. Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He wasn't afraid of fighting one-on-one. But if these three guys attacked him together, Wang Mang would definitely not be their opponent. He might even choose to run away without hesitation. However, from the tone of the three, it was clear that they were a group of proud geniuses who believed themselves to be lesser sovereigns. It seemed that he valued his dignity and pride very much. He probably wouldn't do anything that didn't follow his martial virtues. Of course, Wang Mang didn't let his guard down. He nodded solemnly at the young heaven's pride. That was because he also wanted to fight against these lesser sovereigns. He wanted to see how big the gap was between the two of them. After seeing Wang Mang nod, traceless moonless, and the massacre god looked at each other, the two of them immediately retreated, allowing Wang Mang to heave a sigh of relief. Come on. At this moment, Jian Han pointed his sword at Wang Mang, a look of disdain on his face. Obviously, he had never taken Wang Mang seriously. It was because he had also killed this type of newly born supreme being before. Perhaps there weren't many of them, but there were still a few of them. After looking at the long sword in his opponent's hand, it was a pseudo-rank 6 divine weapon. Wang Mang didn't hesitate. He took out the silver dragon spear from his storage space and held it tightly in his hand. Kill! At this moment, Jian Han's entire body was covered with the incomparably sharp law of the sword, accompanied by his angry roar. The sword swept through heaven and earth. The supreme genius turned into a sword light and charged at Wang Mang. Judging from his lightning-fast speed, it was obvious that the opponent had used a pseudo-rank 6-speed divine ability. Wang Mang wasn't afraid at all. He held his spear and rushed out, thrusting his spear at his opponent's face. Insignificant skill. Seeing this, Jianhan sneered. He raised the sword in his hand and easily blocked Wang Mang's spear. At the same time, Jianhan's sword, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, swept across horizontally, wanting to behead Wang Mang. Wang Mang's expression changed. He wanted to continue thrusting his spear, but he had no choice but to withdraw his spear and block his opponent's spear. However, his opponent's sword became faster and faster, carrying the incomparably sharp law of the sword. Although it didn't really hit Wang Mang's body, the sharp and piercing law of the sword pierced Wang Mang's skin all over his body, and this was under the condition that he had already used the ancient demon tyrannical body. This also made Wang Mang's heart tremble. His heart was heavy, but he didn't dare to be distracted at all. He kept blocking his opponent's sword. However, as time passed, Wang Mang realized that he was completely at a disadvantage. In just a few minutes, his entire body was covered in wounds. His entire body was already covered in scars. The extremely sharp sword laws had left behind numerous wounds on his body that were difficult to heal. Moreover, the incomparably sharp law of the sword was left on his wounds, causing them to be unable to heal. The law of the sword was constantly destroying his body's self-healing divinity. In addition, as time passed, Wang Mang could only block his opponent's attacks. He couldn't fight back at all. That was because his opponent knew the sword too well. It was as if every sword move was made by the heavens. Coupled with the law of the sword, Wang Mang was simply being beaten back. In response, Jianhan chuckled and said, "What's wrong? You can't do it? I've only used 30% of my strength." As he spoke, the speed at which he swung his sword was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly. Even if Wang Mang could see it clearly, he couldn't block it all. As a result, in less than half an hour, Wang Mang was sweating profusely. There were hundreds of sword wounds all over his body, and even his white robe was dyed red. Damn it! I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I won't be able to block his attacks before this guy even uses his divine ability. Obviously, he also knew that he couldn't defeat his opponent at all if he used weapons in a battle. Therefore, Wang Mang finally seized the opportunity to retreat, instantly widening the distance between him and his opponent. Seeing this scene, Jianhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You want to fight me with your divine ability? I'll grant you your wish." Then, he calmly put away the sword in his hand. In the next moment, Jianhan made a hand seal and shouted, "Let's go!" Sword Dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a hand seal, and the terrifying law of the sword around him turned into swords of the law. The swords of laws that covered the sky and covered the earth condensed around him and became more and more solid. Kill! After a furious roar, he took a step forward, and the ground cracked like a spider web. His body whistled like a cannonball. Seeing this scene, at this moment, Wang Mang, who was condensing the law of thunder with one hand facing the sky, had already gathered the law of thunder in his hand. Seeing the 9 continents' supreme sky pride charging towards him, he immediately roared, "9 heavenly lightning punishment!" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang's arm, which was condensed with the law of thunder, slammed toward Jianhan. A thunder dragon, which was several meters thick, roared out. In an instant, it collided with the endless swords of the law. Rumble! Bang! 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 For a moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Heaven and earth changed color. around Wang Mang and Jianhan, the 9 states' supreme prodigies. Terrifying aftershocks spread out like a heat wave. Under the terrifying aftershock, sand and stones rose into the sky, and countless sandstorms formed in a radius of thousands of miles. Wang Mang, who was deep in the center of the collision vortex, was already full of holes. His body was pierced by the law of the sword, leaving wounds. This made Wang Mang look extremely miserable. Obviously, he couldn't defeat his opponent even after using the 9th Heaven Thunder Seal. As for the reason, Wang Mang also found it, because the other party majored in the law of the sword. Moreover, he also used a sword divine ability. This made the other party use a divine ability. The power was fully displayed. The power of the divine ability was also several times more terrifying than his. Chapter 9:10. This also made Wang Mang deeply understand a truth. It was best to match a divine ability with a major law in order to maximize the power of the divine ability. This was because Wang Mang's 9 Heavens Thunder Seal was on the same level as the divine ability displayed by the other party. Moreover, both of them were in the lesser sovereign realm. The difference in foundation shouldn't be several times greater, right? Therefore, Wang Mang understood that this was one of the differences in foundation. The other party was a complete set. The major law, the exclusive law divine ability, and even the exclusive law divine weapon were all a complete set. The divine ability displayed in this way was naturally much more powerful than ordinary geniuses. Therefore, the gap between the lesser sovereigns was even more straightforward. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang wanted to display the devouring energy technique. This was because the devouring energy technique was a primordial soul-type divine ability. It just happened to match his major law of devouring, although Wang Mang was currently displaying the law. Not all of it had been transformed into the law of devouring, but 70% of it had been transformed into the law of devouring. Would it have a miraculous effect when displayed? Now, Wang Mang was really at his wit's end. He didn't have many pseudo-6th level divine abilities. There were only 4: Ancient Devil Tyrant Body, Wind Evasion, Devouring Energy Technique, and 9 Heavens Thunder Seal. Among them, the Ancient Devil Tyrant Body was a physical body type divine ability that could increase the physical defense. Wind Evasion was a speed type divine ability. Even if he fully displayed the 9 Heavens Thunder Seal, he still couldn't beat it. He could take a risk and try the Devouring Energy Technique, but he was worried that the other party also had pseudo-6th level divine abilities. After pondering for a long time, Wang Mang, who had already suffered serious injuries, he was devastated to find that there was nothing he could do to compete with the other party. Just as Wang Mang's face was gloomy and uncertain, Jianhan, the 9 prefectures' supreme genius, was walking towards him. The previous confrontation of divine abilities didn't cause him any injuries at all. Just like a competition of weapons, the 2 sides immediately had a clear winner. It seems that your strength is only at this level. Too weak. I'm sorry to tell you that you didn't get our approval. So, become my nourishment. After saying that, Jianhan Jiuzhou prepared to make his move. Similarly, a world teleportation stone appeared in Wang Mang's hand. Clearly, Wang Mang had already made plans to retreat. After all, at the same level, he was no match for this fellow. But right at this moment, Wang Mang suddenly saw it. In the distant sky, there were 2 figures. It was rushing over here at an extremely fast speed. Clearly, it was a pseudo-rank 6 ability without a doubt. This also alarmed the supreme geniuses of Wuhan and Luoyue, as well as the supreme genius of the God of Massacre. Even Jianhan, who was preparing to kill Wang Mang, didn't make a move. His eyes flickered. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures appeared right in front of him. These two people were none other than Wang Mang's doppelganger and Jun Bubi. After seeing the two of them, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had a guess. After glancing at the doppelganger, Wang Mang guessed something. He suddenly felt both angry and amused. The doppelganger was obviously afraid that he would die, or else he would never have come here. But who was Wang Mang? How could Wang Mang, die so easily? They were simply looking down on him. After all, he was a supreme being. But thinking of this, Wang Mang felt a little embarrassed. He was a lesser supreme being, but he couldn't beat someone at the same level. However, Wang Mang didn't think that this was a shameful thing. What he lacked was just a foundation and accumulation. Yes, that's it. At this moment, the supreme geniuses of Wuhan pretended to be surprised and asked, "What? Wang Shun, Jun Bubi, what are you doing here? Even if you want to hunt, you should pay attention to first come, first served, right?" Hearing this, the god of massacre also nodded expressionlessly with his hands behind his back. "Both of you, it's a little unruly for you to intercept halfway." Hearing this, Wang Shun didn't say a word, but looked at Wang Mang with a gloomy gaze. He hated this feeling of being passive. If possible, he didn't want to come at all. But what if he didn't come and Wang Mang died? This made him very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Therefore, if possible, Wang Shun hoped that the doppelganger could get as far away as possible, because Wang Mang's existence would only affect him, and staying in the myriad worlds conquering path would also be a burden to him. But he knew that the doppelganger wouldn't listen to any of his orders, and even if he said it, it would be useless. On the contrary, things might go in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Therefore, he could only hope that Wang Mang would get out of here as soon as possible. Just like the current situation, if he didn't come, if Wang Mang couldn't escape, he would definitely die. After calming down, Wang Shun coldly put his hands behind his back and said, "Get out! Don't let me see you again." Hearing Wang Shun's words, Wang Mang was instantly furious, although he knew that the doppelganger was here to help him out. But the tone and attitude of the doppelganger, this made Wang Mang's rage soar to the heavens. This doppelganger was simply lawless. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Hearing this, Wang Shun's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "You only have the ability to be arrogant in front of me." At this moment, Jun Bubi also chuckled and said, "Your younger brother is bound to be defeated. You won't kill him." Seeing this scene, the three supreme heavenly talents at the side thought to themselves that it was indeed so. This guy was really Wang Shun's younger brother. No wonder Wang Shun didn't care about the rules. Seeing the furious Wang Shun, Wang Mang sneered in his heart. Let this guy be happy for a while. Sooner or later, he would take him back. A doppelganger was always a doppelganger. So what if he was stronger than him now? He still had to protect him, didn't he? Wasn't he just afraid that he would die? Therefore, Wang Mang snorted coldly and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, the supreme heavenly talent of the 9 states hesitated and didn't stop him, because he didn't want to offend Wang Shun. Wang Shun's foundation was too deep. Moreover, he had been a lesser supreme for a long time. Although he couldn't kill him, the gap between the two was huge. Even the chances of him becoming a greater supreme were much higher than his. As for Wang Mang, he had never taken him seriously. Since he couldn't kill him today, he wasn't afraid of the other party's revenge. The strong would never be afraid of the revenge of the weak. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, Luoyue Wuhan was a supreme heavenly talent, and the supreme heavenly talent of the god of massacre. Suddenly, they attacked together, as if they had discussed it beforehand. In the blink of an eye, they rushed towards Wang Mang. Moreover, they didn't use a fake 6th-level superpower, but a 6th-level superpower. Yes, the power of a 6th-level superpower was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. At this moment, the supreme heavenly talent of the god of massacre condensed a blood-colored haze that covered the sky. Then, with a wave of his hand, the blood-colored haze quickly swept towards Wang Mang like a fog. Massacre Blood Realm. In addition, Luoyue Wuhan was a supreme heavenly talent, the power of the laws condensed between his palms, and a dazzling sun and moon. Then he struck out with his palms, and the sun and moon that covered the sky swept towards Wang Mang at an extremely fast speed. Sun and moon in the palm. Chapter 9:11. This was a terrifying pressure from the law of divine ability. It even made Wang Mang, who was also a junior sovereign, tremble and feel a sense of despair and powerlessness. For a moment, Wang Mang's face showed a bit of horror, because he didn't expect that these two guys would suddenly kill him. This situation simply made Wang Mang confused. Moreover, this divine ability was 2F** king exaggerated, a 6th-level divine ability. This group of fellows had actually grasped it. This made Wang Mang even more shocked, because he hadn't even mastered a lot of pseudo-6th-level divine abilities. However, the other party had already mastered a 6th-level divine ability. Moreover, they had even used it. This was simply unstoppable. Therefore, in a mixture of shock and anger, Wang Mang didn't hesitate to activate the teleportation stone. In the next moment, Wang Mang disappeared from where he stood. However, as soon as Wang Mang disappeared, a tens of thousands of meters deep pit was blasted out where he stood. The surrounding area was razed to the ground, and the terrifying residual power swept through the surrounding area. Countless storms were formed, and for a moment, the sky and the earth were dark. Even the space where Wang Mang stood was somewhat distorted. One could imagine how powerful the divine ability that the two had used was. If Wang Mang hadn't escaped earlier, he would have definitely died on the spot. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, Wang Shun, who had regained his senses, had a ferocious and twisted expression on his face, because his original body had almost died earlier, and if his original body died, he would also die. After regaining his senses, a 6th-level divine weapon appeared in the furious Wang Shun's hand. Then, without another word, he charged at the two of them. This immediately made Luoyue Wuhan and the god of massacre panic. They didn't expect that the two of them wouldn't be able to kill Wang Mang with their sneak attack. This guy actually escaped from under their noses. Moreover, judging from the fluctuation of the spatial law, the other party had escaped to an extremely powerful world. Now, they didn't manage to kill him. Instead, they had completely angered Wang Shun. It could be said that the losses outweighed the gains. At this moment, there was no time for them to think. They quickly took out rank 6 divine weapons from their storage rings and started fighting with Wang Shun and Jun Bubi. It could be said that their battle auras soared into the 9 heavens, and the power of laws covered the heavens and the earth as they fought fiercely. However, it was worth mentioning that both the god of massacre and Traceless Moon were extremely powerful. In less than the time it took for a few incense sticks to burn, the two of them were completely at a disadvantage. They were completely suppressed by Wang Shun and Jun Bubi. Of course, they weren't like Wang Mang, completely powerless to retaliate, but the situation wasn't any better. As a result, the two of them were in an exceptionally sorry state. Their bodies were already riddled with wounds. Helpless, the two of them immediately became furious. "Old Jin, why are you still watching the show? Come and help." Obviously, in a one-on-one situation, they were no match for King Shun and Jun Bubi, or else then they wouldn't be ranked 5th and 6th. Their rankings were naturally because they had fought against each other in private and not just once or twice. Otherwise, who would submit to another lesser sovereign? Their rankings and positions were, without exception, accumulated through battles. As for why they would rather be suppressed than sit down and talk with Wang Shun and Jun Bubi, was this possible? They wanted to kill Wang Mang in front of Wang Shun. Moreover, they were clearly aware of the relationship between the two. Their actions were undoubtedly a slap in Wang Shun's face. After being slapped in the face, would Wang Shun sit down and talk with them? That was simply impossible. It was their turn to be slapped in the face. They wouldn't let it go so easily. But what made them even angrier was Jian Zhuzhou, this guy. They had all opened their mouths to speak, but he still didn't come to help them. Aggrieved and furious, the two of them roared at Jian Zhuzhou. "Old Jian, what the hell are you doing? Why are you still hesitating? You attacked Wang Shun's brother earlier. Do you think he will let you go? If you are caught alone, he will definitely kill you if he has the chance." Obviously, the reason why the two of them asked Jian Zhuzhou to attack was to tie him to their camp. They didn't want him to be killed by the high-ranked, lesser sovereign when he was alone. For example, the Thunder King Si Kongjun, who was ranked first on the emperor ranking, had the ability to kill lesser sovereigns. He had killed many lesser sovereigns, including those who were also ranked in the top few on the emperor ranking. These lesser sovereigns were also killed by Si Kongjun when they were alone. Sure enough, after hearing the words of Luoyue Traceless and the god of massacre, Jian Zhuzhou, who hesitated for a moment, finally joined the battle. It was only after he joined the battle that the battle went from being suppressed to one side. It became a situation where the two sides couldn't decide who was better. At the same time, outside the 33rd heaven of the Eldritch world, in the Purple Cloud Palace with Hongjun as the leader, there were Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Goddess Nuwa, Taoist Kundi, and Taoist Jian. The 6 sage-level existences gathered together to discuss the matter of killing demon ancestor Rahu. But at this moment, a terrifying aura once again appeared in the Eldritch world. Moreover, this terrifying aura instantly engulfed the Eldritch world. This immediately caused the expressions of the 6 sages to change drastically as they cried out in horror. What the hell is going on? Could it be that it's the 6th stage expert from last time? What a terrifying pressure. It's much more terrifying than the last time. Damn it! Is this the power of a 6th stage expert? He actually forced me, Taoist Kundi, to kneel on the ground? Teacher, this pressure is too terrifying. We can't even withstand his aura. At this moment, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, Goddess Nuwa, Taoist Kundi, and Taoist Jian, they were all forced to kneel on the ground by this pressure. While they were frightened, they also looked at Tao ancestor Hongjun, because their teacher was the only one who hadn't knelt down at this moment. For a moment, everyone's eyes looked at Tao ancestor Hongjun. They were also very puzzled. Was the 6th stage really so terrifying? Did they not even have the qualifications to stand up? This was simply no different from the difference between a mortal and a saint. In the next moment, something happened that left Laozi and the other saints dumbfounded. At this moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun's entire body was trembling. Even though he was supported by the heavenly Tao, he still knelt on the ground with a plop, seeing the stunned expressions of the disciples. Tao ancestor Hongjun's old face was burning. He pretended to be calm and said, "Don't worry, this expert probably won't sell it to us." Last time, he also appeared for a moment and then left. Hearing this, Laozi couldn't help but ask weakly, "Master, why are you kneeling too?" This question made Tao ancestor Hongjun even more embarrassed. He could only thicken his old face and fabricate nonsense. You don't know, in the myriad worlds, when you meet a six-stage expert, you have to kneel and kowtow. Chapter 9:12. After hearing Hongjuan's words, Laozi and the saints, realization dawned on their faces one after another. It turned out that there was such a rule in the myriad worlds. However, they also felt that it was natural. After all, the aura of this rank 6 expert was too terrifying. They even knew that the other party was definitely not targeting them. However, under the other party's pressure, they still had to kneel. Such an expert should be respected and worshipped. Thinking of this, their expressions immediately relaxed. However, Laozi could not help but ask, "Master, how long do we have to kneel?" Hearing this, the disciples of the saints looked at Tao ancestor Hongjun. "That's right. How long do we have to kneel? There has to be a world." Hearing this, Tao ancestor Hongjun was speechless. He thought to himself, "I'm already kneeling. Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, how would I know how long I have to kneel?" After thinking for a while, Tao ancestor Hongjun said calmly, "When this rank 6 expert retracts his aura, you can get up." It was the same last time. However, this time, the aura of this rank 6 expert seems to be even more terrifying. At this point, Tao ancestor Hongjun could not help but have a lingering fear. That was because the last time, Wang Mang's aura was completely different from this time. This time, it was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than the last time. Last time, he only bent down. But this time, he could not resist at all. Even with the full support of the heavenly Tao, he still could not resist this pressure. From the difference in strength, one could imagine the change. At this moment, Taoist Zhuanti could not help but sigh. "I never thought that we, the dignified saints, would one day kneel under the aura of an expert." Hearing this, the other saints also had emotional expressions. After all, they were all high and mighty saints. In the primordial world, they had always kept their word. Those below the saint were all ants. These words were not empty words. This meant that they were the true masters of the primordial world. But who would have thought that they're masters? They were actually in their own territory. All of them knelt down in unison. However, they did not feel that this was embarrassing. That was because there were living beings in the entire primordial world. At this moment, all of them were kneeling, regardless of whether they were immortals, Buddhists, demons, ghosts, or commoners. All of them were kneeling on the ground at this moment, unable to stand up at all. That was because they wouldn't feel the pressure if they were kneeling. When they tried to resist the pressure or stand up, this terrifying pressure would let them know what despair was. In addition, it was not only Tao ancestor Hongjun and the other sages who were kneeling. In the fiend domain, Rahu, the fiend ancestor, the heavenspan queen of earth, and a few other saints were present. At this moment, without exception, they all knelt on the ground together with Tao ancestor Hongjun and the other sages. "Luoho, are you sure this rank 6 powerhouse won't threaten us?" "Yes." "Rahu, are you sure or not?" "I'm a little panicked." At that moment, the 2 saint-level experts invited by Luoho asked in an incomparably panicky manner. If Luoho hadn't told them in advance that a 6-stage powerhouse had appeared, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Perhaps, at this moment, they would have been scared to the point of running away immediately. A stage 6 powerhouse. One had to know a stage 6 powerhouse, even in the myriad worlds. All of them could be considered overlords. It could be said that once there is a powerhouse of the 6th step, they all retreated. No, they would run as far away as possible. This was not on the same level at all. The gap between a stage 6 and a stage 5 was even greater than the gap between a saint and an ant. Fortunately, under Luoho's comfort, the two helpers finally calmed down. At the same time, in the middle of the boundless ocean, at this moment, Wang Mang was bathed in blood. His body was on the verge of collapse, because the injuries on his body were very serious, even though he didn't take the two supernatural powers head-on. But the aftermath of the stage 6 supernatural powers, it even directly caused him to be seriously injured. These two bastards, these two beasts, are shameless. They are actually so shameless, sneak attacking me, a lesser supreme who had just broken through. At this moment, Wang Mang, who hurriedly controlled his body, couldn't help but curse loudly. Soon, Wang Mang found an ancient island, restrained his aura, and began to heal his injuries. Because this injury couldn't be healed in a short period of time. However, as Wang Mang was recuperating from his injuries, his hatred for the two of them grew with each passing day. He felt that if he didn't kill these two guys, he would definitely be angry, because he couldn't stand this grievance. 1 month later, only then did Wang Mang successfully recover from his injuries. At the same time, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, can I cultivate a stage 6 supernatural power now?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. The host can try to cultivate a stage 6 supernatural power. Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly froze. "Didn't you say it was stage 6? Thinking of this, Wang Mang asked, "Why can I try to cultivate it?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. Warm reminder to the host. In terms of combat strength, a lesser supreme already has a stage 6 combat strength. But not all lesser sovereigns can successfully cultivate a stage 6 supernatural power. The probability of success is 10%. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's heart suddenly sank. He was still preparing to cultivate a stage 6 supernatural power. He was going to go back to the heavens and myriad worlds. But now, it didn't seem to be going smoothly. However, Wang Mang wasn't discouraged. He took out a stage 6 supernatural power jade slip from his storage space. Then, he urged the power of law into it. The next moment, the jade slip turned into a golden halo. It directly poured into Wang Mang's mind. Then, a supernatural power appeared in front of his eyes, devouring 3 arts. The first move, Devouring Emperor Curse. After use, it will condense into a curse. If the target is hit, the target will fall into the Devouring Emperor Curse, which will devour the target's vitality. The second move, Devouring Gate. After use, it will condense into a Devouring Gate, which will absolutely resist the attack of the enemy's supernatural power. The third move, Devouring Law. After use, it can be summoned to devour monster powerhouses. After devouring the target, it will replenish the user's body. This was all the information about a stage 6 supernatural power. What made Wang Mang feel even more incredulous was this information was easily understood by him. Then, Wang Mang opened up a space with his primordial spirit and began to practice it. What made Wang Mang even more crazy was that he succeeded in using the 3 moves of this supernatural power on his first try. This also made Wang Mang feel very incredulous. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. One must know that the last time he learned a pseudo-stage 6 supernatural power. His learning process wasn't that easy. He cultivated for a long time before he completely mastered it. But this supernatural power, he had just learned it and already mastered it. Could it be that he was born to major in the law of devouring? Or could it be that he was also a peerless genius? Chapter 9:13. It was no wonder that Wang Mang thought so, because this situation was too strange. It was too rare. It was also his first time encountering it. It was as if he was born with this divine power and could learn it immediately. Moreover, as Wang Mang continued to practice in the virtual space, he became more and more familiar with the divine power. In less than 3 days, Wang Mang had completely mastered this divine power. Moreover, Wang Mang also discovered the difference between a rank 6 divine power and a pseudo-rank 6 divine power. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the difference between heaven and earth. Its power was 100 times that of a pseudo-rank 6 divine power. After digesting the divine power, Wang Mang was in high spirits. Then, he took out the Devourer halberd from the virtual space. He carefully sized up this black halberd. The halberd had a tiger pattern on it, and a dragon on the halberd's tip. It was constantly filled with the black Devourer law. He discovered that the Devourer law on it was also extremely compatible with him. When he waved it, the halberd carried the flow of the Devourer law. However, what made Wang Mang frown slightly was he could feel that if he wanted to use this halberd as he wished, he needed to completely refine it. Otherwise, he would not be able to control it at all. Even if Wang Mang poured in his own Devourer law, when it was activated, the halberd's power was not perfect and flawless. He needed to refine the halberd. Therefore, Wang Mang could only patiently refine the halberd. It was worth mentioning that the halberd contained a Devourer law tool pattern. The refining process was also very slow. Even if Wang Mang tried his best to refine it, it was still the same. Therefore, Wang Mang could only patiently refine the tool pattern. This refining took a full year's time. Furthermore, this was the result of Wang Mang's unremitting efforts. After completely refining the tool pattern, Wang Mang finally revealed a gratified smile. He poured the power of the Devourer law into the halberd without any hindrance. He could use it as if it was his own arm. In fact, the power he could wield was several times greater than before he had refined it. Moreover, his mind was also connected to the halberd. He could summon the halberd back with just a thought. This made Wang Mang finally reveal a gratified smile. However, Wang Mang was still not satisfied. Even though he possessed a 6th-level divine ability and a 6th-level divine weapon, he still had a 6th-level divine weapon. However, Wang Mang didn't think that he had much of an advantage, because what he had, others also had. Even the supreme prodigy of the 9 prefectures, Jian Han, who was fighting with him. This fellow hadn't even used a rank 6 divine ability, and he was already on his knees. It can be seen from here. Even if Wang Mang possessed a 6th-level sacred art and a 6th-level divine weapon, he had only smoothed out the gap between their weapons and abilities. But the advantage had not been established yet. He still needed to have more rank 6 abilities. Thinking of this, Wang Mang decided to use the designated lottery chance. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have a bountiful harvest. With that thought, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open your personal information." In the next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Wang Mang, powerhouse of the heavens, ancestor of the myriad devil, type 9 heavens thunder python, limit 850 meters, realm 9th heaven god emperor, legendary prodigy, body shape 840 meters long, 39 meters wide, 2 billion tons in weight, sacred art, ancient demon tyrant body, pseudo 6, 9 heavens thunder seal, pseudo 6, devouring god art, pseudo 6, escape wind speed, pseudo 6, 3 devouring arts 6 times. Space, 1 bottle of Wangqing water, 6 colored world teleportation stone, divine weapon fusion card X1, designated lottery chance X2, immortal emperor level treasure chest X1, immortal emperor level blind box X1. Equipment, supreme mask 5, white sun sword pseudo 6, silver dragon spear pseudo 6, dragon beating whip pseudo 6, dark blade pseudo 6, god smashing brick pseudo 6, god refining gourd 6 times, God devouring halberd 6 times. Talent 4050/20,000 Great Supreme. Energy 750 billion/1 trillion. Emperor board ranking 13th after reading his personal information. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. He still had a lot of things he hadn't used yet. When he digested these things, would he still be afraid of not having an advantage? Even little sovereigns were suppressed by him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang prepared to gather his energy. First, he would gather the energy needed to break through to stage 6. Then, he would use the designated lottery chance to draw stage 6 sacred art. Then, he would try to refine it. God refining gourd. This God refining gourd was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, it was a treasure of the law of devouring. It was extremely compatible with him, just like the God devouring halberd. Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open the immortal emperor-level treasure chest. Let's gather the basic energy needed for stage 6. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host, successfully opened the immortal emperor-level treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 20 billion energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 15 billion energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 15 billion energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained Fairy's special automatic motor X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained the classic survival quote of a stage 6 powerhouse, Wandering Master. Classic quote, why do you fight? Living is the way of the king. Gods die and demons destroy the heavens, but I'm still alive and well. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained the classic quote of a new stage 5 lesser sovereign. Green Emperor. Classic quote, I've made countless people green in my life. Although I relied on women to achieve today's achievements, conquering a woman is conquering everything. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained the original underwear of a dog-headed beast-man beauty. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained the classic quote of the Thunder King, Sikong Zhen. Note, struck by lightning. All are destroyed. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. Fortunately, this immortal emperor-level treasure chest wasn't too bad, although it opened a lot of trash classic quotes. But it also gave him 50 billion energy value. This also allowed Wang Mang's accumulated energy value to reach 800 billion. Wang Mang had successfully taken another step forward from accumulating a trillion stage 6 energy points. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became even better. He hoped that this last immortal emperor-level blind box, he could gather the last 200 billion energy value, although he couldn't advance to stage 6 even if he gathered enough energy value. But after accumulating the energy value, he could think of ways to level up in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Mang once again silently said, System, open the immortal emperor-level blind box again. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host, successfully opened the immortal emperor-level blind box. Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 200 billion. Chapter 9:14. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 20 billion second stage mysterious ice stones. What the F *CK. He was happy for nothing. After hearing the system's announcement, there was no need to mention how depressed Wang Mang was. He was still a system that had a conscience. It was prepared to give him 200 billion energy values directly. In the end, It was obvious that Wang Mang was thinking too much, just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed. The system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 20 billion energy values. After hearing the system's second announcement, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief. If he didn't get any energy values during the second announcement, then this immortal Emperor-level blind box would be completely useless. Soon, another minute had passed. The system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 10 billion energy values. After hearing the announcement, Wang Mang was speechless again. Damn, the blind box had to work harder. Don't tell me the energy values can't compare to an immortal Emperor-level treasure chest. At least it was better than an immortal Emperor-level treasure chest, right? At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 20 billion energy values. After listening to the system's fourth announcement, Wang Mang immediately nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He had already obtained 50 billion energy values after 4 draws. This also allowed Wang Mang's accumulated energy values to reach 900 billion, just as Wang Mang was feeling happy. The system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained a 5th-grade divine weapon, Magic Zither. A 5th-grade divine weapon? Don't come again, big brother. A 5th-grade divine weapon is no longer worthy of my status, unless it's a 6th-grade divine weapon. Under Wang Mang's ridicule, a minute passed again. The system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained middle-grade, rank 5 bad, luck card X1. Easy. Don't come to Tier 5. Tier 5 is useless to me. Big brother system. I'm about to reach the 6th step. Why do you keep giving me Tier 5 items? For a moment, Wang Mang didn't know what to say. In fact, he no longer had any hope for the next prize. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained a Tier 5 bastard. What the hell? Bastard? System, are you scolding me in a roundabout way? For a moment, Wang Mang became extremely depressed. But even though he was depressed, Wang Mang could do nothing about it. Another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a top-grade stage, 5 turtle egg. Eggs my ass. After listening to the system's announcement, Wang Mang couldn't help but curse. The 2 boxes were only worth 100 billion. In the end, Wang Mang was even more infuriated by this gaudy award. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang adjusted his emotions. Then, Wang Mang prepared to use the designated lucky draw opportunity. At this point, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, System, use the designated lucky draw opportunity. Lucky draw type, level 6 magical power. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully used the designated lucky draw opportunity. At this moment, a 12 zodiac square lucky wheel appeared in Wang Mang's mind. Not only that, after seeing the prizes on the 12 zodiac lucky wheel, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. He thought that this was the prize on the 12 zodiac lucky wheel. They were Prize 1, Level 6 Upper Grade Combat Magical Power, 9 Tribulations Dragon Transformation Technique. Prize 2, Level 6 Upper Grade Physical Magical Power, 6 Tribulations Spirit Splitting Technique. Prize 3, Level 6 Middle Grade Speed Magical Power, Shadowless Air Stepping Technique. Prize 4, Level 6 Lower Grade combat magical power. 9 heaven devouring halberd technique. Prize 5. Level 6 lower grade primordial spirit magical power. Void primordial spirit technique. Prize 6. Level 6 lower grade combat magical power. Thunder extreme hand. Prize 7. Level 6 middle grade combat magical power. God's chosen technique. Prize 8. Level 6 middle grade divine weapon. 100 Tribulations rule sword. Prize 9. Level 6 upper grade divine weapon. Ancient quaking star shattering hammer. Prize 10. Level 6 lower grade one-time good luck card. Prize 11. Level 6 middle grade one-time space escape talisman. Prize 12. Pseudo level 6 combat magical power. Yin Yang great technique. It could be said that there were 12 prizes. Basically, none of them were trash. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was happy. Sure enough, the designated lucky draw opportunity was always the most awesome. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he also began to look forward to the next prize. At this time, the lucky wheel also began to spin rapidly. Wang Mang's heart was also extremely nervous. If it was possible, of course, Wang Mang wanted a higher level magical power. Level 6 upper grade and level 6 lower grade. Who knew how much difference there was? 1 minute later, the speed of the Wheel of Fortune slowed down. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. Congratulations to the host. Level 6 middle grade combat magical power. God's chosen technique. Note, after use, the combat power will increase exponentially. The combat power will randomly double by 1 to 9 times. After use, it will last for 24 hours. The weakened state will last for 30 days. Note, it cannot be used again during the weakened state. And during the weakened state, the combat power will only be half of the usual. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yes, very possible. This combat power increase, although it couldn't increase the realm, but it could increase the combat power. Although the price was also very high, it was comparable to 2 hours of charging after 5 minutes of talking. But with this level 6 middle grade magical power, Wang Mang had the confidence to suppress those lesser sovereigns. Sword, cold, supreme heaven's pride of 9 regions. Suppress. Easily suppress. Supreme heaven's pride of fallen moon. Suppress. Easily suppress and kill. Supreme heaven's pride of God, of massacre. Suppress and kill. Suppress and kill all of them. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sneer sinisterly. Wait until I finish cultivating this God's chosen technique. See if I won't beat the shit out of all of you. Thinking of how the two shamelessly attacked him and even wanted to kill him with a sneak attack. Wang Mang was still brooding over it. It could be said that his hatred for revenge was extremely deep. He couldn't stand this grievance. He must take revenge. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission number 1. Facing the 3 lesser sovereigns in the past, be magnanimous and not bother about them. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 50 billion energy value. Mission number 2, facing the 3 lesser sovereigns in the past, choose to take revenge and kill one of them. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 100 billion energy value. Immortal Emperor grade, treasure, chest X1. Mission number 3, facing the 3 lesser sovereigns in the past, take revenge and kill all of them. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 100 billion energy value. Immortal Emperor grade, treasure, chest X1. Immortal Emperor grade blind box, X1. Level 6 lower grade, good luck card, X1. Chapter 9:15. After listening to the mission issued by the system, Wang Mang was taken aback at first. Then he couldn't help but laugh. This quest obviously supported him in his quest for revenge. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to think. The difficulty of the 3 missions was different. Mission number 1, with little reward, was obviously impossible. He had almost died. How could he not take revenge for such a great enmity? Therefore, mission number 1 was directly ruled out. Mission number 2, killing a junior sovereign? How was he going to vent his anger? There were 3 junior sovereigns who wanted to kill him, but he only killed 1. Was this revenge? He must kill all of them. Moreover, the reward of mission number 2, it was completely incomparable to mission number 3. Therefore, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, I choose mission number 3. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully chosen mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Then, without saying anything, Wang Mang directly took out the 6th level magical ability Jade Strip. It was the magical ability he had just obtained from the lottery. Then, Wang Mang activated the Jade Strip without hesitation. The magical ability Jade Strip was simplified into a golden light and poured into his mind. But soon, Wang Mang was pleasantly surprised again. He could still learn this Heaven's Choice in one go. This caused Wang Mang to cry out in surprise. It seemed that he was indeed a peerless genius. He could learn a 6th level magical ability in one go, but Wang Mang didn't know. This was because of the magical ability given by the system. Therefore, he could learn it in one go, just like how he practiced the 3 devouring arts. Then, Wang Mang used it several times in the virtual space he had set up. What made Wang Mang very happy was that the power of this magical ability was simply too strong. Moreover, how much his battle strength would increase completely depended on luck. It would at least double his battle strength. At most, it could increase his battle strength by 9 times. Awesome! With this 6th level mid-grade Heaven's Choice, this is my advantage in suppressing junior sovereigns. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang decided to fuse with the pseudo 6th level divine weapon. If he could get his hands on another one, a 6th level divine weapon would be pretty good too. At that time, he would use his 2 level 6 divine weapons to attack from both sides and poke these bastards into a beehive. With this thought, Wang Mang happily muttered in his heart, "System, use the divine weapon fusion card." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Divine weapon fusion card has been successfully used. Ding! Please select the divine weapon you wish to fuse with." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately recited, "Silver Dragon Spear, Dragon Whip, God Smashing Brick, White Sun Sword, Darkness Saber." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Successfully selected 5 pseudo 6th order divine weapons. Fusion is in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fusion of divine weapon successful. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 6th grade, low-grade defensive divine weapon, the 100 Battles Divine Armor." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was first stunned, then he was dumbfounded. What a guy! All of them were attack-type divine weapons. In the end, he got a defensive divine weapon from the fusion. Wasn't a defensive divine weapon good? Of course not. On the contrary, it was a defensive divine weapon. Wang Mang had never seen any lesser supreme martial artist with a 6th order divine weapon, let alone a defensive one. Even the Demon Lord and the female supreme martial artist who had entered the invincible supreme tomb had not obtained a defensive divine weapon. Therefore, a 6th order divine weapon, especially a defensive divine weapon, was very rare in Wang Mang's eyes. Unexpectedly, the fusion was successful on the first try. Furthermore, it was a defense-type divine weapon. Wang Mang already had a combat-type divine weapon. Having a defensive divine weapon was obviously more helpful to Wang Mang. Thinking of this, Wang Mang took out the 100 Battles divine armor without hesitation. This was a divine weapon that was completely condensed from the law of darkness. Its appearance was pitch black, and it flickered with black light, looking extremely extraordinary. Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't wait to put it on, and then poured his law of darkness into it. For a moment, the 100 Battles divine armor was even more dazzling with black light. The terrifying law of Devour formed a terrifying air shield around Wang Mang. Seeing the condensed Devour air shield, Wang Mang was even more satisfied. Just this layer of air shield was enough to resist the aura. Moreover, with this 100 Battles divine armor, why would Wang Mang be afraid of divine weapons? He could only be in charge of attacking, except when necessary. He just needed to avoid the attack on the face. As for the body, he could chop it up. For a moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but be in high spirits. He couldn't wait to kill his way back now. The more he thought about it, the more impatient Wang Mang became. He slowly got up. Just as Wang Mang was about to leave the island, all of a sudden he noticed a figure sneaking around outside the island's barrier. When he saw the figure clearly, Wang Mang was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but laugh. This figure was none other than Wen Taoist, who had sneakily attacked him when he was breaking through. Wang Mang had almost forgotten about this guy. After all, his strength had reached the current level. Naturally, he wouldn't take such a small fry seriously. However, now that he had met him, Wang Mang didn't mind sending him on his way. Thus, Wang Mang's body moved, and he directly blasted open the spirit formation. As for Wen Taoist, who was outside the barrier, he also noticed the abnormality and quickly retreated. But when the barrier dispersed, Wen Taoist saw Wang Mang, and he was completely dumbfounded, because he had a deep impression of Wang Mang. Moreover, he was also very familiar with Wang Mang's aura. But he never expected that. This person was most likely a rank 6 expert. It was Wang Mang. What a guy. He was thinking if he could ride on Ding Hao's coattails and become a big shot. But who would have thought that this rank 6 expert was Wang Mang, the small fry? How could this be? This must be a F*** hallucination. This must be a dream. Wang Mang, who used to be a small fry, had become a rank 6 expert. For a moment, Wen Taoist stared at Wang Mang as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing Wen Taoist, who was dumbfounded, Wang Mang smiled and said indifferently with his hands clasped behind his back, "Small fry, why don't you kneel down when you see me?" Hearing this, Taoist Wen shuddered and came to his senses. But he was still rubbing his eyes and shaking his head in confusion. This is impossible. It's impossible. You can't become a rank 6 expert. This doesn't make sense. Hearing that, Wang Mang snorted and emitted a trace of pressure. The next moment, Wen Taoist knelt down under Ding Hao's terrifying pressure. Wen Taoist, who had just woken up from a dream, hurriedly begged for mercy in horror. "Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. No, senior, please spare my life. Senior, I beg you to spare my dog life." Clearly, even though it felt inconceivable, the terrifying pressure was real. Because of that, even if he could not accept it, he had to suppress his doubts and hurriedly beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Wang Mang did not pay any attention to him at all. He raised his hand and pointed. The next moment, Wen Taoist exploded and his primordial spirit was destroyed. After killing Taoist when with a casual strike, Wang Mang took out the teleportation stone and activated it. This was because he couldn't wait to go on an expedition to kill these 3 fellows. Moreover, Wang Mang was confident that after this, his name would be known throughout the road of conquest. Chapter 9:16. When Wang Mang once again returned to the path of the myriad worlds, at the same time as he entered the 12 cities. The 12 cities had welcomed him for new lesser sovereigns. Among them were the female sovereign and sovereign demon lord. There were also 2 newly born little sovereigns, because Wang Mang had been gone for a year. Moreover, these 2 new lesser sovereigns, they had also survived the attack of the 10 sovereigns of the 12 cities. Thus, they had gained a firm foothold and entered the 12 cities. Moreover, as time passed, there would be more and more lesser sovereigns in the future, because surviving the attack of the 10 lesser sovereigns didn't mean that they were safe. As long as there was a chance, the lesser sovereigns would also kill and devour each other. After all, to become a greater sovereign, one would need to devour lesser sovereigns of the same level. As for the legendary Heaven's Pride, it wasn't worth the talent value at all. For a lesser sovereign, a legendary Heaven's Pride could only provide 0.5 talent value. In other words, if one wanted to rely on killing legendary Heaven's Pride to obtain talent value, this was simply unrealistic, unless the lesser sovereign had killed 40,000 legendary Heaven's Pride. Otherwise, it would be impossible to advance to the greater sovereign. But were there really that many legendary Heaven's Pride? Perhaps there were more than 10,000 worlds combined, but it would never be so much that it would be a disaster. Therefore, it was unrealistic to rely on legendary Heaven's Pride to obtain talent value. In addition, there were legendary Heaven's Pride, matchless Heaven's Pride, peerless Heaven's Pride, and peerless Heaven's Pride. These geniuses were no longer of any use to little sovereign. This was also why the lesser sovereign Heaven's Pride wouldn't make a move on legendary Heaven's Pride. They wouldn't even make a move on these ordinary Heaven's Pride. In fact, they couldn't wait for them to become lesser sovereigns, because only after becoming lesser sovereigns would these Heaven's Pride have greater value to them. Similarly, a supreme Heaven's Pride at the level of lesser sovereign. For a sovereign of the same level, it could provide 1,000 talent value. In other words, one only needed to kill 20 sovereigns of the same level. This would satisfy the talent value needed to advance to the greater sovereign. This was also why lesser sovereigns had the king's token. The reason why they couldn't be bothered to kill legendary Heaven's Pride. Killing legendary Heaven's Pride would only cost 0.5 talent value. Killing 2,000 legendary Heaven's Prides. Only then could it be comparable to killing a lesser sovereign. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. Moreover, the path of conquest had already begun. The number of lesser sovereigns would continue to increase in the future. He only needed to kill lesser sovereigns of the same level to save him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, if he had reached the lesser sovereign level and was still crazily slaughtering the geniuses of the myth realm, then his reputation would be completely ruined in the battle path of the myriad worlds. At the same time, in the middle of an endless desert, Wang Mang once again appeared in the desert. Wang Mang, who was standing proudly in the air, sized up the surroundings. This was the place where the great battle had taken place. 3 shameless bastards. I'm back. Now that I've returned, I'll definitely take your lives. Speaking up to this point, Wang Mang was in high spirits. He didn't look as pathetic as he did when he was running away. Although he was in a sorry state when he was running away, the way he came back was very domineering. At the next moment, Wang Mang used his speed god art and flew toward the 12 cities. But on the way to the airport, Wang Mang hesitated. What if he was surrounded and beaten up by them if he rushed forward so recklessly? No, I have to find allies. At least it should be 3, against 3 to be fair. In addition, female sovereign and sovereign demon master have a very good relationship with me. Now that I've personally invited them, they should agree. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang suddenly had an idea. He was going to look for sovereign demon master and female sovereign now. At that time, even if Jian Han, god of massacre, and Traceless Moon attacked him together, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, if he attacked alone, there would be too many unstable factors, and it would be very easy for him to fail. Although in a one-on-one situation, Wang Mang wasn't afraid of Traceless Moon at all, and even had the confidence to defeat her. But if the 3 of them were inseparable, Wang Mang wouldn't be able to make a move. This was also the reason why Wang Mang wanted to find allies. As for breaking through to the Greater Sovereign Realm or Invincible Sovereign Realm, Wang Mang didn't have such thoughts. After killing these 3 shameless bastards, he would choose to leave. At that time, he would start planning to break through to the 6th stage. It could be said that before he came, Wang Mang had made full plans. Soon, Wang Mang arrived near the 12 cities. At this moment, outside the 12 cities, geniuses were coming in and out. They were all attracted by Wang Mang's aura. Many geniuses looked sideways at Wang Mang. When they recognized Wang Mang, the crowd of prodigies cried out in alarm and began to discuss among themselves. F***CK, this guy really didn't die. Awesome. I thought it was a rumor. Seems like it's true. Yeah, I heard that the god of massacre, Traceless Moon, and Jian Han went to suppress him. It's a pity that he escaped in the end. And I also heard that King God is his big brother. More than that, I heard that Jian Han and the other 2 wanted to kill this guy, but they angered King God and Jun Booby, and they are targeting Traceless Moon, and the other 2. Yeah, I heard that the 3 of them are now inseparable, for fear that King God will seize the opportunity to kill them. Being able to survive with connections is also a skill. It seems that he has completely gained a foothold with his relationship with King God. I remember someone said that if he survives, he will chop off his head. Keep your voice down. He is a junior sovereign after all. It's easy for him to kill us. After hearing the discussions of the geniuses, Wang Mang remained calm, but his face was a little cold. These bastards, they all want me to die? Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang immediately snorted coldly and released his supreme exalted's aura without holding back. For a moment, the faces of these geniuses changed drastically, and they looked at Wang Mang with shock and anger. The weaker geniuses of the 4th or 5th heaven of the supreme realm even knelt on the ground under Wang Mang's pressure. For a moment, many geniuses looked at Wang Mang angrily, but they didn't dare to say anything. Their eyes were full of anger, because what they said was nothing more than the truth. This guy can't beat Traceless Moon and the other 2 junior sovereigns. And they're not allowed to say anything. There were even many angry geniuses who resisted Wang Mang's pressure with all their strength, and their faces flushed red as they cursed at Wang Mang. How dare you bully us? What kind of ability is it to bully us? If you have the ability, go find Luoyue, Wu Hin, and the other 2 junior sovereigns. That's right. You're good at bullying us, but when you see Traceless Moon and the other 2 junior sovereigns, you still run away like a rat. That's right. You're not allowed to say anything. We can say anything about the 10 junior sovereigns, but you can't. You're just a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You don't deserve to be a junior sovereign. You can only find your sense of existence here. Chapter 9:17. Of course, he couldn't beat Luoyue, Wu Hin, and the other 2 lesser sovereigns, and was forced to flee. So he could only regain his confidence with us. You want to kill all the dogs on the Emperor board? You are a dog. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Even if you kill me, I will still say it. For a moment, more and more angry geniuses cursed at Wang Mang. Of course, there were also some geniuses who didn't dare to say anything. Even if they were angry, they didn't express it. But in the next moment, something that none of the geniuses had expected happened. Wang Mang suddenly attacked outside the city gate. A terrifying black giant palm of the law of devouring was thrown out. Rumble! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The dozens of geniuses who had cursed at Wang Mang earlier. At this moment, Wang Mang had obliterated him on the spot. Seeing this scene, the other geniuses were even more frightened. They didn't expect Wang Mang to really attack them. Moreover, he attacked outside the 12 cities. Wasn't this guy afraid of losing his reputation? But what they didn't know was Wang Mang didn't care about his reputation at all. In Wang Mang's opinion, you can curse me, but you better be stronger than me. If you are weaker than me, how dare you curse me in front of me? I will definitely kill you. Wang Mang didn't care, even if they gossiped behind his back. But these guys dared to mock him in front of him. Were they bullying him because he couldn't hold the saber? Or did they think that he wouldn't attack the weak? If that was really the case, then they would be gravely mistaken. Wang Mang didn't feel ashamed at all to attack the weak, especially when he saw that the group of geniuses had shut up. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Then he put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "What? Why are you silent? Who else wants to die? Come out." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the rest of the geniuses who were under Wang Mang's pressure fell silent. What could they say? This little sovereign didn't play by the rules and didn't care about his reputation. What could they do? However, after thinking about it carefully, they realized that Wang Mang's reputation was not very good to begin with. A year ago, when Wang Mang had broken through to the junior sovereign realm, he had been chased by Luoyue, Wu Hen, and the other 2 junior sovereigns. The news had already spread throughout the 12 cities. Even the well-informed prodigies of the 11 cities knew about it. Wang Mang nodded his head in satisfaction after seeing that all the prodigies had shut their mouths. Then he said in a condescending tone, "Even if I did, so what if I once fled in a sorry state? But I'm still in existence that you have to look up to." With that, Wang Mang placed his hands behind his back and walked into the city. Only after Wang Mang left did the terrifying supreme being pressure disappear. Only then did the group of sky prides heave a sigh of relief. Then they could not help but curse in private. After all, Wang Mang was too arrogant. He was even more arrogant than the previous 10 junior sovereigns of the 12 cities. In their opinion, Wang Mang was just a monkey trying to be a tyrant. If the 10 junior sovereigns were still in the 12 cities, would Wang Mang dare to be so arrogant? Because the 10 junior sovereigns had already entered the 13th city. The 13th city had already opened. Moreover, the prodigies could only stay for a year. Therefore, the prodigies of the 12 cities had basically gathered in the 13th city. Most of the prodigies of the 12 cities had come from the 11 cities. Therefore, after Wang Mang entered the 12 cities, he also found that something was wrong. He didn't even find the aura of a junior sovereign. At first, Wang Mang was puzzled. Later, he found out the news after asking. It turned out that most of the prodigies of the 12 cities had gone to the 13th city. However, Wang Mang also got a message that the tomb of the invincible supreme sovereign had just ended. This proved that the female sovereign and demon lord sovereign hadn't come to the 12 cities yet. Thinking of this, Wang Mang decided to wait for the arrival of the 2 sovereigns in the 12 cities. Presumably, when the tomb of the invincible supreme sovereign ended, they wouldn't stay in the 11 cities. Therefore, Wang Mang found an inn in the 12 cities and continued to wait. 3 days later, Wang Mang didn't see the demon lord sovereign. Instead, he saw 2 new sovereigns. The two new sovereigns came together. As soon as he entered the 12 cities, Wang Mang felt their aura. Similarly, the two new sovereigns also felt Wang Mang's aura. When the two new sovereigns appeared in front of Wang Mang was even more surprised. It was a fat man and a thin man. The fat junior sovereign had a pregnant belly and wore a Taoist robe. His smile was incomparably kind. Wang Mang saw the information on the God list at a glance. Survival Master. Ranking on the God list, 15th. The other handsome, young Nine Heavens Supreme was wearing a green robe. The information on the God list above his head was also very conspicuous. Green Emperor. Ranking on the God list, 14th. Good heavens! Survival Master and Green Emperor. What two strange names. For a moment, Wang Mang looked at the two curiously. Judging from the fluctuations of their aura, the major laws of the two were very strange. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sense of threat, but it wasn't strong. In comparison, this sense of threat wasn't as strong as the three lesser sovereigns, Luoyue and Wuhan. But after thinking about it, Wang Mang felt relieved. He wasn't weak now. Not only did he have a 6th-level divine weapon, but he also had a new 6th-level divine ability. Therefore, the fact that these two guys could still give him a sense of threat proved that they were indeed extraordinary. No wonder they could survive so easily. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly had a thought. Maybe these two guys could team up with him? Of course, the premise was that he had to find out who was the one who tried to kill them. If it was still the three junior sovereigns, then it was very possible for him to team up with them. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately nodded to the two with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Fellow cultivators, why don't you come up and have a seat?" Hearing this, the two looked at each other and nodded to Wang Mang with a smile. "Since you invited us, it would be impolite of us to refuse." After saying that, the two walked up the inn and soon came to the room where Wang Mang was. Wang Mang, who was sitting in his seat, immediately smiled and stretched out his hand. "Fellow cultivators, please have a seat." The two didn't feel the slightest bit restrained and sat down. At this moment, Green Emperor took the lead and said, "Fellow cultivator, why did you invite us?" Hearing this, Survival Master also nodded and looked at Wang Mang. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately asked with a smile, "May I know which junior sovereign stopped the two of you when you were breaking through?" Hearing this, Survival Master and Green Emperor were stunned and then looked at each other. Survival Master said, helplessly, "I'm ashamed to say that I was quite unlucky. After breaking through, I was stopped by Sikongzhen. To be honest, if it wasn't for my extraordinary strength, I'm afraid I would have died." Chapter 9:18. After hearing Survival Master's words, Green Emperor immediately laughed out loud and mocked him. "You could have just said that you ran away fast. You still have the nerve to say that you're extraordinary? Who doesn't know about the geniuses of the 11 cities? Even Sikongzhen couldn't catch up with your speed." Hearing Green Emperor's mockery, Survival Master said disapprovingly, "Speed-type abilities are also a skill. Staying alive is the way to go. You'll have nothing if you die." Hearing this, Wang Mang also nodded in agreement. Fellow Taoist is right. Staying alive is the way to go. Seeing Wang Mang agree, Survival Master raised his eyebrows, his face full of pride. After all, being able to leave Sikongzhen in the dust in terms of speed was also a skill. Could anyone have this kind of ability? At this time, Wang Mang looked at Green Emperor calmly and asked, "Fellow Taoist, which lesser supreme stopped you?" Green Emperor's relaxed expression instantly turned gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "Just like you, I was attacked by Luoyue, Traceless, and Luoyue." Speaking of this, Green Emperor gnashed his teeth angrily and said, "I'm not as good as you, fellow Taoist. You have a good brother who's in the top 3 of the Emperor ranking. If I hadn't prepared a 6th order teleportation talisman and many 6th order talismans in advance, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Those 3 bastards are simply shameless. The 3 of them sneak attacked me, a newcomer who just broke through to Lesser Supreme. After hearing Green Emperor's words, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy was also stopped by Luoyue and Traceless. In this case, if he proposed to team up to kill Luoyue and Traceless, this guy would definitely agree. After all, Green Emperor had the same experience as him. He wouldn't believe that he didn't hate Luoyue and Traceless. However, in the next instant, the Green Emperor's words caused Wang Mang to be dumbstruck. The Green Emperor smiled, sinisterly. However, I've already found a way to take revenge. I heard that Luoyue Wuhan has a childhood sweetheart fiancé. He seems to have also ascended the path of conquest. This emperor has already issued a bounty to capture his woman, said Qin Wentian. At that time, I will play with his woman in front of him. Moreover, his woman must be willing to do it. I want him to suffer so much that he'll wish he were dead. As he spoke, the Green Emperor revealed an extremely lewd smile. At that moment, Wang Mang felt his scalp go numb. This fellow's heart was simply too evil. This is 2F** King Vicious. But I like it. This guy is really sinister. But at this moment, Survival Master shook his head and advised, "Why do you have to do this, fellow Taoist? Killing people is just a matter of time. You're such a beast. His methods are too despicable. If word of this gets out, fellow Taoist's reputation will definitely be ruined." The Green Emperor slammed the table in displeasure and snorted coldly. "Why do I need to explain my actions to others? If they can be so shameless, why can't this emperor use such despicable methods?" Hearing this, Wang Mang also nodded in agreement and said, "Fellow Taoist survival, the Green Emperor is right. Giving them a taste of their own medicine. How is it despicable and shameless?" Seeing that Wang Mang agreed with his point of view, the Green Emperor was immediately overjoyed. He happily raised his head and looked at Wang Mang. "Fellow Taoist, you're the first person who understands me so well. If you don't mind, I'm willing to become good friends with fellow Taoist." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately laughed and said, "I don't mind becoming good friends with fellow Taoist." Of course, Wang Mang actually despised this guy in his heart, because this guy's methods were too despicable. It didn't matter if he couldn't beat him. He could take revenge in other ways. But this guy, since he couldn't beat him, he went to bully a woman. This kind of person was really a little despicable. At least Wang Mang wasn't as shameless as him. Moreover, he had never used such methods to deal with others. Basically, if he had a grudge, he would take revenge and directly target the enemy's family. As the saying goes, one shouldn't implicate the family. The matters of the martial arts world should be settled in the martial arts world. One still had to pay attention to morality. However, the Green Emperor had no bottom line at all. He had no morals in the martial arts world. Although he was the same kind of person as Wang Mang, he wasn't exactly the same kind of person, because Wang Mang was at least a little better than this guy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but say softly, "Fellow Taoist, since you hate the trio so much, you can't just find trouble with one of them, right? I think that Traceless Fallen Moon, the god of massacre, and Cold Sword of Jiuzhou all deserve to die. Why don't we join forces and kill all 3 of them?" After saying that, Wang Mang looked at the Survival Master, because Wang Mang knew that he didn't need to persuade the Green Emperor. On the contrary, the Survival Master was the target he needed to persuade. After all, this guy had no grudge with the trio at all. In addition, this guy's speed was so fast that even Si Kongjun couldn't catch up to him. It could be said that the survival master could completely stay out of it. Therefore, Wang Mang couldn't make up his mind whether he could persuade this guy. Hearing this, the survival master immediately hesitated and refused. No, fellow Taoists, I have no grudge with the three of them. There's no reason for me to kill them. Obviously, the survival master didn't want to kill other supreme prodigies. He teamed up with the Green Emperor only to take care of each other. The relationship between the two wasn't as good as imagined. After hearing the survival master's words, Wang Mang was instantly disappointed. Hearing this, the Green Emperor also looked at the survival master with some dissatisfaction and said coldly, "If you act alone like this, you'll die an unnatural death sooner or later. Do you really think that the 10 supreme prodigies of the 13 cities are kind people?" In response, the survival master smiled slightly and didn't refute, as if he didn't care. Obviously, his confidence was based on his speed that others couldn't compare to. Fellow Taoist, even without him, we can still kill Traceless Fallen Moon and the other two. At this point, the Green Emperor glanced at the survival master and said sarcastically, "Someone has already rejected it. What's the point of staying here? Don't tell me you want to eavesdrop on our plan." Hearing this, the survival master immediately snorted unhappily. "Humph, I'm ashamed to be in the same team as you." After saying that, the fatty got up and left. In response, Wang Mang didn't urge this guy to stay. Since they couldn't walk together, there was no point in persuading him to stay. At this time, the Green Emperor was in a good mood. "Fellow Taoist, even if it's just the two of us, it's enough. At most, we can come up with a good plan and take them down one by one. I already have a thorough plan here." At this point, the Green Emperor suddenly smiled sinisterly. "I plan to secretly capture Fallen Moon and Traceless Fallen Moon's woman. When the time comes, I'll get someone to bring him a message and let him go alone. This kind of thing is embarrassing enough. This guy will definitely not tell anyone about this. Moreover, this guy must be confident that he can easily kill me. It's very likely that he won't call for help." Wang Mang pondered for a moment and felt that the plan wasn't bad. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll use your method." Chapter 919. Although the Green Emperor's method was very insidious, it was also very effective. If Wang Mang were to encounter such a situation, he would definitely think that he could kill the Green Emperor. Thus, he would not tell anyone about this matter and would go to the appointment alone. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Seeing this, the Green Emperor nodded in satisfaction and said, "Fellow Taoist, just wait for my news. After we work together to kill Luoyue and Traceless, the remaining god of massacre and frozen sort of the 9 provinces are nothing to be afraid of." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and then asked, "Fellow Taoist, how many geniuses have been born recently?" "Recently, I have been in seclusion to heal my injuries, so I've been somewhat isolated from the news." The Green Emperor was stunned at first, then slowly said, "Actually, there are as many as 20 lesser sovereigns. Look, the only ones who survived are me and the survival master, and this was under the condition that we were fully prepared to survive the crisis. The rest of the lesser sovereigns who had just broken through have all died. They were all killed by a group of lesser sovereigns." Speaking of this, the Green Emperor sighed with emotion. If he hadn't made sufficient preparations, he would have died. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded inwardly. The death rate was indeed too high. At the same time, Wang Mang felt a lot better in his heart. This proved that the attack on him wasn't an exception. The only exception was that the trio of Luoyue and Traceless wanted to kill him together. It was indeed a bit shameless. At this time, the Green Emperor also stood up, cupped his hands, and said a few words before leaving. As for Wang Mang, he was waiting for the Green Emperor's good news. He believed that a dignified, lesser sovereign should have no problem dealing with a woman. In fact, Wang Mang didn't have to wait too long. More than a week later, the Green Emperor went to find Wang Mang. Moreover, there was a beautiful woman beside him. This woman looked very pure. Her face was as white as porcelain. Her wonderful and voluptuous figure made her look very graceful. However, the mood on her pretty face was obviously not happy. Wang Mang even noticed that this woman looked a little haggard. From her staggering footsteps, Wang Mang could guess that she had been tortured by Green Emperor for the past few days. Although Wang Mang despised this, he did not say it out loud. In contrast, the Green Emperor had a wide smile on his face. "Fellow Taoist, let's go and choose a place." Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded and said, "All right, how can we leave now?" The Green Emperor, who was hugging the woman, immediately laughed loudly. "Go. I've already sent someone to inform him. If nothing unexpected happens, they should take the initiative to come here." Hearing that, Wang Mang did not waste any more words. He immediately left the tavern with the Green Emperor. After leaving the inn, Wang Mang, the Green Emperor, and the others quickly left the 12 cities. Then, the three of them went deep into the desert and chose an extremely far desert. Then, Wang Mang lay in ambush in the desert. The Green Emperor and this woman, on the other hand, they were simply unscrupulous. In the desert, they began to do things indecently. What shocked Wang Mang even more was that he did not know what kind of bewitching potion the Green Emperor had fed this woman. It could be said that he had made this woman extremely obedient. Just like that, 2 full days passed. It was only on the 3rd day that Wang Mang noticed the commotion. Then Wang Mang, who was hiding in the desert, saw a figure rushing over from afar. Moreover, judging from the aura, it was definitely a lesser supreme. Moreover, it was exceptionally familiar. It was only when the figure got closer that Wang Mang finally got a good look at it. It was Traceless Moonfall. At this moment, Traceless Luoyue's face was gloomy. She stared coldly at the Green Emperor and this pure woman. Then, just as the Green Emperor was about to threaten them, Traceless Luoyue said coldly, "Why don't you kill yourself? Why are you still alive?" Obviously, Traceless Luoyue was not angry about being cuckolded at all. He was furious that the woman had not died at the first opportunity, because if this woman had died immediately after being threatened, he would not have been humiliated. Moreover, he could tell that this woman was no longer clean. But did he care about this woman? He did not. A woman wanted to control him. With his current strength, he could have as many women as he wanted. Naturally, he would not be controlled by a woman. If a woman wanted to control him, he would not have achieved what he had today. At this moment, after hearing Traceless Luoyue's words, the Green Emperor also recovered from his shock. He looked at the woman in his arms who was laughing at herself. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Then the Green Emperor immediately pushed the woman away and said softly, "You should leave." Hearing this, the woman smiled sadly and said, "I can't leave. He will kill me." Hearing this, the corners of the Green Emperor's mouth curled up. He raised his hand and pushed the woman toward Traceless Luoyue. But in the next moment, Traceless Luoyue raised her hand and used all her strength. A giant palm of law blasted out. Rumble! In the next moment, the woman in the white dress who looked like a celestial fairy was blasted into nothingness. Seeing this, the Green Emperor smiled and clapped. "Fellow cultivator, you are ruthless." Traceless Luoyue's eyes were cold when she heard this. "How dare you humiliate me? You deserve to die." As soon as she finished speaking, a golden spear appeared in Traceless Luoyue's hand. Judging from the ripples of law, It was obviously a 6-stage divine weapon. Then, Traceless Luoyue did not waste any time. Her body shot out like a cannonball and attacked the Green Emperor. Seeing this, the Green Emperor's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly took out a pseudo-6-stage divine weapon and braced himself to meet the attack. Then, the two of them quickly engaged in a fierce battle. However, the speed at which the Green Emperor was defeated was even faster than he had imagined. He could not hold on for more than a few minutes. Then, before Wang Mang could find a chance to launch a sneak attack, the Green Emperor could not hold on any longer. The Green Emperor couldn't hold on any longer, and he yelled in an urgent voice, "Save me, fellow Taoist!" Wang Mang had no choice but to charge out of the desert in an instant. The halberd in his hand pierced toward Traceless Luoyue. Traceless Luoyue was also shocked by Wang Mang's sudden appearance. She hurriedly retreated. When she saw Wang Mang, clearly Traceless Luoyue, who was holding the spear, was extremely shocked. "It's you." Hearing that, Wang Mang sneered and said, "What? You wanted to kill me back then? Now, you remember?" Traceless Luoyue's expression was indifferent. After carefully sizing up the halberd in Wang Mang's hand, she said coldly, "I see. I was wondering why this piece of trash, the Green Emperor, dared to take revenge on me. So he was trying to rope you in. What? You think you have accumulated enough power this time? So you set up an ambush to kill me here?" Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered. "What? Do you think I can't kill you? If I didn't have full confidence, would I have come to ambush you?" Traceless Luoyue did not speak. Her gaze was fixed on the 100 battle armor on Wang Mang's body. Moreover, she guessed that if Wang Mang wanted to kill her, it would not be as simple as having 2 6th-level divine weapons. Perhaps Wang Mang had already made up for the lack of divine powers. At this thought, even Traceless Moon's expression gradually turned grave. Seeing this, Wang Mang was in high spirits. This bastard was obviously starting to panic. Wang Mang glanced at the Green Emperor, who was setting up a barrier in the distance. Then he looked down at Luoyue Traceless from above and said with the demeanor of an expert, "Don't worry. If you kneel down in front of me now, I can spare your dog life." Chapter 9:20. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang looked at Traceless Luoyue with a playful gaze. He looked as if he was certain that he could defeat Traceless Luoyue. Back then, this guy also looked as if he was certain that he could defeat him. Not only him, but also the god of massacre and cold sword of the 9 states. The 3 of them did not take him seriously at all. It was as if he was an ant that they could easily crush. Now, Wang Mang was certain that he could defeat this guy as well. That was because Wang Mang was confident that he had all the techniques that the other party had. Moreover, he had more divine weapons than this guy. Now, he even cultivated his exclusive nomological divine ability. A nomological divine weapon. In every aspect, Wang Mang was stronger than the other party. Why couldn't he defeat the other party? He had 2 6th-level divine abilities. He had 2 6th-level divine weapons. He had everything that the other party had. What he had, the other party did not. That was Wang Mang's confidence. Similarly, Traceless Luoyue, who had a serious expression, suddenly laughed out of anger. Who did Wang Mang think he was? Was an ant from the past worthy of making him kneel and beg for mercy? In his eyes, Wang Mang was just an ant that almost died at his hands in the past. He was lucky enough to escape with his life. Instead of hiding, he came to seek revenge. Thinking of this, a cold smile flashed across Traceless Moon's face as she mocked. "You think a piece of trash like you is worthy of making me beg for mercy? You're just a toad," yawning. "How arrogant!" At this point, Traceless Luoyue naturally noticed the Green Emperor, who was setting up the barrier. However, he still acted as if he did not see her. With his hands behind his back, he mocked, "You can try to attack me. Let's see if I can suppress you easily." Hearing that, Wang Mang laughed out of anger. Seeing that the Green Emperor was almost done setting up the barrier, he did not waste any more words. Without further ado, he raised the black halberd in his hand and charged toward Traceless Luoyue. Traceless Luoyue was not to be outdone. She held the golden spear and charged toward Wang Mang. The two of them exchanged blows at almost the same time. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Wang Mang's halberd and Traceless Moonlight's spear collided. A terrifying power of law erupted as the Golden Law and Wang Mang's Devour Law collided. In the next moment, both of them took several steps back. Both of them were greatly shaken by the other's power of laws. However, Wang Mang didn't think so. He raised his halberd and attacked again. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Bastard, give me your life. You think I'm afraid of you?" Traceless Fallen Moon roared angrily in response, and once again engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Mang, her speed becoming faster and faster. Moreover, under the circumstances where both of their divine weapons were of the same level, it would be difficult to determine who was the stronger one in a short time. However, as time passed, Traceless Fallen Moon began to look extremely wretched. Many bloody wounds appeared on her body. There was no other reason. As long as Traceless Moonlight made a mistake, Wang Mang would seize the opportunity and even want his life. However, it didn't matter if Wang Mang made a mistake. He had the 100 battle godly armor and wasn't worried about making a mistake at all. Moreover, Traceless Fallen Moon's spear couldn't break the 100 battle godly armor on Wang Mang's body. After all, the 100 battle godly armor on Wang Mang was also a lower level 6 divine weapon. Therefore, Wang Mang became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Relying on the 100 battle godly armor, he forced his opponent to retreat. After this battle, Traceless Fallen Moon felt very aggrieved. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would be suppressed by a mere ant. However, he didn't have any temper. He felt extremely aggrieved and angry throughout the entire battle. If he also had a level 6 defensive divine weapon like this, he wouldn't have to worry about this problem. In fact, he might even be able to suppress the former Wang Mang. Therefore, although Traceless Fallen Moon was annoyed, he was extremely greedy. In his opinion, if he could obtain this level 6 defensive divine weapon, his ranking on the Emperor board would definitely improve. Thinking of this, Traceless Fallen Moon's desire to kill Wang Mang grew even stronger. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he was still looking for an opportunity to defeat him. No, he was looking for an opportunity to kill Wang Mang. Although Wang Mang was wearing the 100 battle godly armor, his head wasn't protected by the divine weapon. However, Wang Mang also understood this logic. Therefore, Wang Mang wouldn't give him any chances. Moreover, his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. There were a few times where Wang Mang's spear almost cut off his head. Obviously, he was trying to find an opportunity to kill Wang Mang. Wang Mang had already started trying to kill him. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. From beginning to end, he still couldn't find any opportunity to kill Wang Mang. On the contrary, he was covered in injuries, and his situation wasn't optimistic. If this continued, he was worried that he would be exhausted to death by Wang Mang. At the same time, in order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening, Wang Mang also decided to use the Heaven's Chosen technique. After using the Heaven's Chosen technique, Wang Mang was confident that he could kill Traceless Fallen Moon, because even without using the Heaven's Chosen technique, Wang Mang could still have the upper hand. If he used the Heaven's Chosen technique, there was a high chance that he could kill traceless fallen moon. In the next moment, after the spears in their hands collided, they both pulled back. Seeing this, traceless fallen moon was puzzled. He frowned and looked at Wang Mang. He couldn't understand. Wang Mang clearly had the upper hand. Why did he suddenly choose to stop? But in the next moment, traceless fallen moon saw Wang Mang's hands forming a seal. The spear floated in front of him. Then, the terrifying law of devouring around Wang Mang covered the sky and condensed into a terrible storm. Heaven's chosen technique. I am the chosen one, and the one and only chosen by the heavens. Following Wang Mang's angry roar, suddenly, in the sky above, a terrifying law of devouring formed a pillar of light. It fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Mang. At the same time, the terrifying aura around Wang Mang began to rise. Under traceless fallen moon's shocked gaze, Wang Mang's law of devouring was pervaded. His eyes were scarlet and fierce. His aura was 3 times more terrifying than before. Kill! Following an angry roar, Wang Mang's speed suddenly increased. He raised his spear and charged again. He raised the spear in his hand and slashed down on traceless fallen moon's head. Traceless fallen moon came back to his senses. He quickly braced himself and raised his weapon to block above his head. Bang! Following a loud roar, traceless fallen moon, who was resisting Wang Mang, was suddenly sent flying by the terrifying law of devouring. This also made traceless fallen moon's face full of shock. He didn't expect that the level 6 supernatural power that Wang Mang used was actually a supernatural power that could increase one's combat strength. Such a supernatural power was too rare. It was definitely one of the rarest supernatural powers. Among the level 5 supernatural powers that could increase one's combat strength were also the rarest. Among the level 6 supernatural powers that could also increase one's combat strength were also the rarest. Moreover, it was just one blow. He couldn't withstand it at all. What did this mean? It meant that after Wang Mang's combat strength increased, it formed an absolute crush on him. Chapter 9:21. When he thought of this, his face became extremely ugly. Because what did it mean to be absolutely crushed? It meant that he was no match for Wang Mang now. It meant that he was in danger of dying, especially when he saw the murderous intent in Wang Mang's eyes. Traceless Luyue's face was extremely ugly, especially when he saw Wang Mang charging towards him again. His forehead was dripping with sweat as he hurriedly soared into the sky. At the same time, he made a hand seal with both hands and roared furiously, "Sun and moon in the palm." As soon as he finished speaking, the sun and moon condensed between his palms was slapped out by him. The remaining power of the attack swept out in all directions. The dazzling sun and moon whizzed towards Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered. "You're just struggling before your death. In the past, I might have been afraid of you. But now, when have I ever been afraid of you?" As he spoke, Wang Mang immediately made a hand seal with both hands and shouted angrily, "3 devouring arts, Emperor devouring curse." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm-sized curse seal formed by the law of devouring condensed. Then Wang Mang raised his hand and slapped the Emperor devouring curse towards traceless Luoyue. As for the sun and moon that traceless Luoyue used, Wang Mang was even more fearless. Immediately, he made a hand seal with both hands. Under the law of devouring, a black devouring gate appeared in front of Wang Mang. Then, the earth-shattering sun and moon that traceless Luoyue used was completely swallowed by the devouring gate. Traceless Luoyue was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. This divine ability could actually swallow the divine ability that he used. After coming back to his senses, Traceless Luyue's face was extremely ugly. When he saw the emperor-devouring curse flying towards him, he immediately dodged. What Wang Mang used was a level 6 divine ability. It was impossible for it to be ordinary. But in the next moment, what made Traceless Luyue collapse was that this divine ability was like a maggot in his bones. He could not get rid of it at all. It had been chasing after him all this time, as if it would not stop until it landed on him. At the same time, when Traceless Luyue dodged, Wang Mang sneered again. He formed a seal with both hands and cast 2 more emperor-devouring curses at Traceless Luyue. In the end, under the pursuit of the 3 emperor-devouring curses, one of them landed on his body. It was accompanied by a shrill scream. After being struck by the devouring emperor curse, Traceless Luyue's entire body was enveloped by the power of the law of devouring. The emperor's devouring curse was like a black hole that could not be filled as it devoured the nomological powers around him. In an instant, he was severely injured, and his strength was reduced to less than half. This change caused Luyue and Traceless Scar to panic. He was already no match for Wang Mang in this state. It would be even easier for Wang Mang to kill him. Therefore, Traceless Moon couldn't help but roar. "What are you waiting for? Come out and help me take down this kid." Wang Mang, who had been prepared to kill Traceless Moonlight, couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard Traceless Moonlight's roar. Could this guy have brought someone here? Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately became vigilant. At the same time, the Green Emperor, who was watching the battle from afar, also had a drastic change in expression. Originally, he thought that Wang Mang would be able to kill Traceless Moonlight without him making a move. He didn't expect this guy to bring someone here. However, after careful observation, Wang Mang and the Green Emperor didn't discover any supreme beings. Seeing this, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked coldly at Traceless Moonlight and mocked him. "What, do you think you can frighten me with just a few words?" "Humph, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang didn't hesitate and immediately made a hand seal with both hands to cast a divine power. 3 arts of devouring. Art of devouring. As soon as he finished speaking, the law of devouring that had gathered around Wang Mang's body suddenly condensed into a gate of devouring. Not only that, but a monster whose aura was even more powerful than Wang Mang's stepped out of the gate of devouring. It was a tall and strong monster with horns on its head, blood-red eyes, and 8 wings on its back. It looked like a human and had a tail behind it. The law of devouring surrounded its body as it let out a low and hoarse roar. Then, it charged toward Traceless Moonlight. Obviously, this was the last move of Wang Mang's 3 arts of devouring. The art of devouring. He summoned a devouring monster that was as powerful as him. Traceless Moonlight's expression changed drastically when she saw this monster that was several meters tall. A golden spear appeared in her hand out of thin air. She roared and charged toward the monster again. Although her strength was less than half, she definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. However, when she tried to kill this monster, she was horrified to find that this monster couldn't be killed. Even though the stage 6 divine weapon in her hand had pierced through the monster, after the monster let out a painful roar, it clawed at her face with its sharp claws. Although she barely dodged the monster's claws, a bloody claw appeared on her face. Then, the monster madly pounced on her, trying to devour her. However, even if her strength was less than half, Traceless Moonlight was still extremely powerful. She used the spear in her hand to prevent the monster from getting close to her. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered and immediately joined the encirclement with his halberd. This caused Traceless Moon to panic completely. She roared angrily. She roared, "If you don't come out now, I'll really die." At that time, even if the three of you attack together, you still won't be able to kill this guy. As for who he was calling out, only he knew in his heart. Fortunately, he was relieved to see three lesser sovereigns' auras in the distance sweeping toward him. Seeing this, Wang Mang's expression changed. He recognized the three lesser sovereigns at a glance. They were the god of massacre, freezing sword of 9 provinces, and survival master. In just a moment, Wang Mang guessed the general situation. It was definitely survival master who went to leak information. He directly sold out Wang Mang and Green Emperor. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's expression became gloomy. Similarly, Green Emperor didn't hesitate to turn around and run away. This scene caused Wang Mang's anger to burn even brighter. Fortunately, the barrier that Green Emperor had set up earlier should be able to hold on for a while. Therefore, Wang Mang decided to kill Traceless Moonlight as quickly as possible. In the next moment, the halberd in Wang Mang's hand became faster and faster. Every move he made was aimed at taking Traceless Moonlight's life. This also made Traceless Moonlight instantly become surrounded by danger. Seeing this scene, the three people who were bombarding the barrier were even more shocked. They didn't expect Wang Mang to be so powerful. He was simply suppressing Traceless Moonlight. Among them, the two who were most shocked were Freezing Sword of 9 Provinces and the God of Massacre. They knew that Wang Mang used to be. To them, he was as weak as an ant. However, it had only been a year since then. Wang Mang was actually so powerful. In other words, in a one-on-one situation, they were absolutely no match for Wang Mang. Chapter 9:22. Thinking of this, both the God of Massacre and Cold Sword of Jiuzhou felt their scalps go numb. After all, Wang Mang's speed of improvement was too fast. Within a year, he had caught up with them in terms of foundation. Moreover, he now had the ability to kill them if they continued to let him do as he pleased. Wang Mang was definitely a big problem for them. If they were left alone and allowed Wang Mang to seize the opportunity, their fates would definitely not be good. Just based on this point alone, Wang Mang's current ability was already comparable to Wang Shun's in the past. Thinking of this, both the God of Massacre and Cold Sword of Jiuzhou looked at Wang Mang with murderous intent. If they could, they would definitely kill Wang Mang this time. At the same time, they no longer held back and began to attack the enchantment frantically. The enchantment, which was originally a meter thick, was on the verge of collapsing under their combined attacks. It could be blasted open at any time. Originally, they were prepared to wait until Wang Mang and Traceless Luoyue were both injured before coming out to clean up the mess. However, after watching from afar for a long time, they did not dare to continue waiting. They were afraid that Traceless Luoyue would die in Wang Mang's hands. Moreover, looking at the situation before them, if they did not blast open the enchantment soon, Traceless Luoyue would definitely be in danger of dying. While they were attacking the enchantment crazily, Wang Mang suddenly seized an opportunity. The halberd in his hand immediately chopped off Traceless Luoyue's arm. Following a shrill scream, Traceless Luoyue's other arm was chopped off. In an instant, it was swallowed by the devouring monster that Wang Mang had summoned. Then, without waiting for Traceless Luoyue to counterattack, Wang Mang raised his halberd with a sinister smile and chopped towards Traceless Luoyue's head. Traceless Luoyue's face was pale. He quickly raised his halberd and blocked above his head. Clang! Following the sound of weapons colliding, Traceless Luoyue's arm was trembling. His chopped-off arm did not grow back, because this was the injury left behind by a level 6 divine weapon. The law of Devour was constantly destroying his wounds, preventing him from recovering in the shortest amount of time. In other words, it would take at least a month for his arm to grow back. This also caused his strength to become even weaker in a situation where his battle prowess had dropped greatly. Previously, he had blocked Wang Mang's halberd strike, and even his arm was trembling. At this moment, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. He immediately seized the opportunity and swung his halberd at Traceless Fallen Moon. Left with no choice, Traceless Luna could only raise the great spear in his hand to continue blocking. As for attacking, he was completely unable to do so, because it was already good enough that he could protect himself, especially after one of his arms was chopped off by Wang Mang. Not only did he have to deal with Wang Mang's halberd, but he also had to face Wang Mang's halberd. It was also because of the monsters that Wang Mang had summoned. It could be said that they were in danger of dying at any moment. This caused his heart to be in a mess, and it was even to the extent that he was slightly exasperated. It was just a barrier, and these three fellows actually couldn't break it. Clang! Right at this moment, Wang Mang's halberd changed to an upward slash. It directly sent the great spear in Traceless Luna's hand flying. Seeing this scene, Traceless Luna was even more shocked and angry. No, after saying that, Traceless Luna wanted to retreat and grab the great spear again, because now the 6th level divine weapon was his only reliance. After losing the 6th level divine weapon, the possibility of him dying was as high as 90%. Unfortunately, seeing this, Wang Mang sneered and swung the halberd in his hand directly at Traceless Luna's head. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Traceless Luna immediately turned around and dodged. At the same time, he rushed toward the great spear that belonged to him in the distance. Wang Mang sneered. Then, without hesitation, he slapped the great halberd in his hand with all his might. The great halberd in his hand suddenly whistled out. In the next moment, just as Traceless Luna was about to grab the great spear with joy, uffed, the great halberd that came whistling from behind directly pierced through his chest. After looking down, he had already been pierced through from the back by the sharp great halberd. Blood was flowing out. Seeing this scene, Traceless Luna was stunned, especially when he felt his life force constantly dissipating. Was he about to die? Feeling the life force in his body dissipating, his primordial spirit was also slowly dispersing. Traceless Luna still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, the devouring monster swept over from behind. It directly pulled out Wang Mang's great halberd and then divided and devoured Traceless Luna. Seeing this scene, Cold Sword Jojo, the god of massacre, and Survival Master, who were bombarding the barrier, were stunned. At this moment, they were all stunned. They had never expected that. Traceless Luna would actually die. Moreover, he was killed by Wang Mang right in front of them. For a moment, the three of them were all stunned. Obviously, even they, who were also Supremes, still couldn't accept this reality. Because what did this mean? It meant that they, who were at the same level, were also in danger of dying when facing Wang Mang. Rumble! At this moment, the fragile barrier suddenly exploded. Unfortunately, the three of them still didn't act rashly. Their eyes were fixed on Wang Mang. As for Wang Mang, he was also surprised by his own battle strength. He didn't expect that after enriching his foundation, his strength would actually be so powerful. One had to know that this was not his strongest state. The Heaven's Chosen art that he used only increased his battle strength by 3 times. One had to know that the strongest superposition could increase his battle strength by 9 times. If it was really superimposed by 9 times, wouldn't he really be able to kill gods and Buddhas? Thinking of this, Wang Mang became even more high-spirited. At this moment, as the monster returned to the devouring gate, the system's voice also sounded frowny-faced ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured the 9th Heaven God Emperor, Little Supremes. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 10 billion energy points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully obtained 2,000 talent points. After listening to the system's voice, the corners of Wang Mang's mouth rose slightly. Not bad, as expected of a Little Supremes. Even the energy points obtained couldn't be given by common sense. Then Wang Mang looked at the frozen sword of 9 provinces, the god of slaughter, and the survival master. What? Don't tell me, you still want to kill me? Wang Mang had his hands behind his back and asked indifferently with a calm expression. Hearing this, the faces of the 3 Little Supremes became extremely unsightly. However, the killing intent in their eyes was very strong, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Wang Mang's strength was too strong. He single-handedly killed Traceless Moonless, who was stronger than them. Naturally, he could kill any one of the lesser sovereigns if he was alone, especially Wang Mang's tyrannical aura. It was even stronger than the former Wang Shun. Seeing the 3 of them remaining silent, Wang Mang immediately became even more rampant. With his hands behind his back, he looked like an invincible existence and said condescendingly, "What's wrong with you? Back then, didn't the 2 of you look down on me? Didn't you want to kill me in the past? I'm right here. You can try." Humph. Now, I'm an existence that you need to look up to. Killing you is as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Chapter 923. After Wang Mang said these unscrupulous and arrogant words, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. It had been too long since he was arrogant. After his strength had expanded, he really needed someone to show off. Now that he had used his absolute strength to kill him, if he didn't show off now, when would he? After hearing Wang Mang's words, whether it was the god of massacre or cold sword of Jojo, their expressions turned heavy. If Wang Mang dared to be so arrogant in the past, they would definitely teach Wang Mang a lesson. But the current Wang Mang was indeed qualified to be so arrogant. Even if they attacked together, they might not be able to take down Wang Mang. Therefore, although they were very angry, they did not say anything. As for Wang Mang, he still wanted to continue attacking. However, Wang Mang knew that if the 2 of them attacked together, he would be able to defeat them. The chances of him killing them were really not high. If the survival master also attacked, there would be no chance at all. Therefore, Wang Mang's expression was calm. He looked at the survival master with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Survival, are you sure you want to be enemies with me?" Hearing this, the survival master's chubby round face suddenly changed. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivator, don't misunderstand. I'm just here to join in the fun." After saying that, the survival master had no bottom line and directly gave up on his 2 allies, the god of massacre and cold sword of Jojo. Then he flew straight ahead with no intention of stopping. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's eyes flickered. He was obviously eager to give it a try. This was because he had used the god's chosen technique, but it was still early. At least tomorrow, his battle strength would not be over. If he could kill these 2 guys in one fell swoop, he could be considered to have taken his revenge. It was a pity that the Green Emperor, he actually ran away when he saw that the situation was not good. Otherwise, Wang Mang would definitely try to kill these 2 guys. However, what Wang Mang did not know was that when Wang Mang killed Yu Wuhan, in all the major cities on the path of 10,000 realms, the Emperor Rankings announcement was heard. Congratulations! Slaughter all the little sovereigns on the Emperor board and successfully kill little sovereign Luoyue Wuhan. Congratulations! Slaughtered all the minor sovereigns on the monarch board and ascended to the 5th place. After the news spread, the entire road of battle across the heavens and realms was in an uproar. The most shocked person was Wang Shen, who was in the 13 cities, as well as the geniuses of the 13 cities. This was because everyone knew that Wang Mang had almost died in the past. Naturally, they knew about it. Yet now, Wang Mang had appeared again. Furthermore, he had successfully killed Wuhan Luoyue. What did this mean? This meant that Wang Mang's strength had skyrocketed. It represented the complete rise of Wang Mang. It meant that Wang Mang was now ranked at the top of the monarch ranking. Although Wang Mang used to be ranked in the top 10, he was still in the top 10. However, Wang Mang had killed a Nine Heavens Supreme who used to be ranked 5th on the monarch ranking. Didn't this mean that he had risen? Almost everyone could tell from the famous quote. Wang Mang's rise was unstoppable. All of a sudden, the sky prides in the countless cities began to discuss among themselves. My God, that guy did it. He didn't get killed in the past. Is he back to get his revenge? It's only been a year, and he managed to kill Traceless Luoyue, who was the strongest among the trio. No one had high hopes for him in the past, but not only did he survive, he even rose to the top. This is unbelievable. How did this guy become so powerful? I even mocked him outside the 12 cities not long ago, as expected of Wang Shun's brother. After all, Wang Shun is ranked 3rd on the monarch ranking. If he's so strong, his brother shouldn't be too far behind. I had high hopes for him in the past. There must be a reason why he's so arrogant. He didn't let me down. You had high hopes for him? Why didn't you? I remember you said that if he managed to survive, you would chop his head off, right? For a time, all kinds of discussions spread among the major cities in the universe. Wang Shun, who had received the news, had a complicated expression on his face. He was also surprised by the rise of his main body. But that was all, because he knew that Wang Mang wouldn't be able to last until the end. Wang Mang wouldn't be able to participate in the battle for the Invincible Supremes. One had to know that this was only the beginning of the journey of conquering the myriad realms. The more time passed in the universe, the more lesser sovereigns would start to erupt. All sorts of freakish prodigies would appear one after another, like a group of heroes vying for supremacy and a group of demons dancing wildly. If there were only a dozen or so lesser supremes, how could they be considered invincible supremes? This was nothing more than a spark that had just been ignited on the path of war across the multiverse. What was more exciting was still to come. Among the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, how could there be so few lesser supremes? Those geniuses with invincible beliefs would step into the lesser supremes sooner or later. Moreover, as time passed, the number of lesser supremes would start to rise. Even the current lesser supremes on the list couldn't stop this from happening. It could even be said that even if the current lesser supremes sat firmly in the top 10 of the Emperor Board, it didn't mean that they would still sit firmly in the top 10 of the Emperor Board in the future. Before a large number of lesser supremes rose, they could only reach the greater supremes as soon as possible to maintain their advantage of breaking through first. Otherwise, they would become the dust of history under the impact of other lesser supremes, or they would become the stepping stone for the rise of other lesser supremes. Therefore, although he had mixed feelings about Wang Mang's rise, he didn't take it seriously. Because he was ranked 3rd on the Emperor Board, he had killed the former 3rd on the Emperor Board lesser supremes. In the end, he succeeded in replacing him. Of course, in comparison, the most shocked people, in fact, in the 12 cities, the female supremes and the demon lord who had just entered the 12 cities. They didn't expect that the little guy who had asked them for help in the past, now he had risen and became a lesser supremes who didn't lose to them. After receiving the news, the two were particularly surprised, but they didn't care too much, because they had also gained a lot in the tomb of the Invincible Supreme. Moreover, they knew that in the near future, an incomparably terrifying genius would walk out of the tomb of the Invincible Supreme. This genius had inherited the legacy of an invincible sovereign on the sovereign rankings. The moment he walked out of the sovereign tomb was the moment he rose to prominence. At the same time, who regretted it the most? This person was undoubtedly Hua Yunfei of the 10th city. After all, Wang Mang had become a lesser supremes. After learning this news, Hua Yunfei's intestines turned green with regret. Back then, because Wang Mang was blocked by the 12 cities' legendary geniuses, he chose to draw a clear line with Wang Mang. But after Wang Mang was rescued by the female supremes, he was too embarrassed to go up and hug her thigh again. But if he had known that Wang Mang would become a lesser supremes, he would have thickened his face and continued to hug her thigh. Chapter 9:24. Alas! If I had known that this guy could become a lesser sovereign, I would have continued to hug his thigh. For a moment, Hua Yunfei couldn't help but sigh with a bitter face. He was still struggling to accumulate his foundation and cultivation resources. If he still hugged his thigh, he believed that he would have completed the accumulation long ago. After all, with a lesser sovereign hugging his thigh, wouldn't it be easy to kill a genius? Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Therefore, he couldn't do anything about it no matter how much his heart ached. At the same time, outside the desert of the 12 cities, Wang Mang had already made his move. Obviously, he still wanted to give it a try. Therefore, Wang Mang was currently in a fierce battle with Jian Jiuzhou and the God of Massacre. However, if one observed carefully, they would find that even if Wang Mang couldn't suppress the two, he was still able to move freely. However, Wang Mang couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Even if he used the 3 arts of devouring, he still couldn't suppress them. Although the two were weaker than traceless Luoyue, they weren't that much weaker overall. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Wang Mang's strength was comparable to traceless Luoyue without using the Heaven's Chosen Art. However, after using the Heaven's Chosen Art, his strength was much stronger than traceless Luoyue's. His strength had already surpassed traceless Luoyue. He should be at the level of the top 3 king gods on the monarch ranking. However, such strength wasn't enough to kill the 2 lesser sovereigns, let alone Jian Jiuzhou and the God of Massacre. Therefore, after Wang Mang discovered that he couldn't defeat the 2, he had the thought of retreating. After all, if the stalemate continued, he wouldn't have the chance to kill the 2. He might as well find another opportunity to kill them, or find another ally to attack them together. Therefore, Wang Mang raised the halberd in his hand and forced the 2 to retreat. With a cold snort, he turned around and left with the halberd. Seeing this scene, the 2 heaved a sigh of relief. After all, even if they forced Wang Mang to stay, they couldn't defeat Wang Mang. The current Wang Mang was too strong for them. He was comparable to another Wang Shen. In their eyes, the current Wang Mang was not weaker than Wang Shen in the slightest. Clearly, they did not know that Wang Mang's powerful state had a time limit. Other than that, what they did not know was that the Wang Mang in front of them was not in his strongest state. Once Wang Mang reached his strongest state, even the 2 of them would be no match for him. After all, the strongest state of Wang Mang's Heaven's Chosen technique could increase his battle strength by 9 times. It was easy to imagine how powerful Wang Mang was with 9 times his combat strength. It was only under the condition of being 3 times stronger. Wang Mang could easily kill Traceless Moonfall, not to mention that he was 9 times stronger than before. Because of this, Wang Mang was not in a hurry to deal with these 2 guys, although he was unable to kill these 2 fellows right now. However, he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Therefore, after Wang Mang left, he returned to the 12 cities. He found an inn and rested in seclusion. On the 2nd day, Wang Mang found that his strength had plummeted, and he was extremely weak. Wang Mang even suspected that his strength had dropped by more than half. His strength was less than half of his usual state. Fortunately, Wang Mang was already mentally prepared. Although he was not used to it, Wang Mang still chose to remain in seclusion until 1 month later, after this state of weakness completely disappeared. Only then did Wang Mang awaken from his seclusion. As for why he no longer showed himself to the world during this period of weakness, the main reason was that Wang Mang did not want anyone to know about this state of weakness. As the saying goes, one should play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Who would be willing to tell others about their weaknesses? Therefore, Wang Mang, who came out of seclusion, was in a good mood. He walked to the rented inn with his hands behind his back. The inns here were free of charge for little sovereigns. Not only here, but also in any city. Anyone who had reached the lesser sovereign level didn't need to pay any talent stones. This was because having a little sovereign staying in an inn was a great advertisement for the inn itself. But at this moment, Wang Mang immediately found that something was wrong. He was in an inn not far away. He felt the aura of demon master and female sovereign. In other words, these two fellows were in the inn across the street. Just as Wang Mang was puzzled, he suddenly saw something outside the inn across the street. Demon Master appeared in Wang Mang's line of sight with his hands behind his back. After seeing Sovereign Fiend Master, Wang Mang was even more astonished. Compared to not long ago, Demon Master's aura had become stronger. This proved that this guy had gained a lot in the tomb of the invincible sovereign. However, after thinking about it, Wang Mang felt relieved. This guy's strength had definitely improved a lot. After all, he had gained something from entering the tomb of the invincible sovereign. The two had entered the tomb of the invincible sovereign for a longer time than him, so their gains were definitely more than his. But what Wang Mang didn't know was that, in fact, after he left the tomb of the invincible sovereign, Demon Master and female sovereign didn't gain much. On the contrary, their gains were less than half of what they had gained before. Moreover, the further they went, the crueler the rules of the tomb of the invincible sovereign became. Even they had gained some opportunities in extreme danger. After finally leaving the tomb of the invincible sovereign, they did gain a lot of opportunities, but they were very limited compared to Wang Mang. But after digesting the gains, their strength and foundation naturally soared by a lot. Therefore, this was also the reason why Demon Master gave Wang Mang a sense of threat from his aura. It wasn't any weaker than the former king god. Thinking of this, Wang Mang congratulated him. "Congratulations on your great improvement in strength." Hearing this, the Supreme Demon Master smiled and replied, "Kid, your achievements aren't low either. It can be said that you have won glory for the Sacred Emperor continent by reaching the Lesser Supreme Realm." Obviously, as Wang Mang's strength increased, Demon Master's attitude towards Wang Mang had also changed. Although Demon Master's ranking wasn't as high as Wang Mang's, he was now fully confident that he could defeat Wang Mang. If he hadn't entered the tomb of the invincible sovereign, he wouldn't have the confidence to suppress Wang Mang's strength. But after entering the tomb of the invincible sovereign, his foundation and strength had reached a terrifying level. It could be said that even if he had to fight with Sikongjin, he was full of confidence in himself. In short, Demon Master, whose strength had soared, didn't take anyone seriously. Therefore, to put it bluntly, even if Wang Mang had become a lesser supreme realm, Demon Master didn't take him seriously at all. Hearing this, Wang Mang suddenly felt a little happy, but he still pretended to be modest and transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. Compared to fellow Taoist Demon Master, I'm still far behind." But as soon as his voice fell, Wang Mang felt a supreme pressure sweeping across the 12 cities. Moreover, this strange and terrifying supreme pressure, it surpassed any lesser supreme realm that Wang Mang knew. Chapter 9:25. this Supreme Being aura is too powerful. At this moment, even Wang Mang's expression changed as his gaze turned serious. At the same time, the demon master in the opposite, Wang Mang, also turned his head to look at the entrance of the 12 cities. Because this terrifying Supreme Being aura was coming from the entrance of the 12 cities. Moreover, this Supreme Being aura was too terrifying. Even he felt fear and trepidation, let alone Wang Mang. At the next moment, Wang Mang heard countless geniuses discussing, "Is this guy Si Kongjun, the first on the monarch ranking? He's quite handsome, and his Supreme Being aura is too powerful. It's several times stronger than the aura of a lesser Supreme Being I've seen." Nonsense. He's the first on the monarch ranking. If he doesn't have the ability to suppress other lesser Supreme Beings, how could he be the first on the monarch ranking? Awesome to be able to see Si Kongjun, the first on the monarch ranking. Even if I fail in the path of 10,000 realms, I'll have no regrets. Damn. As expected of the first on the monarch ranking, his aura is too powerful. Yeah, just this aura alone is even stronger than the most famous demon master sovereign. After hearing the discussions of the geniuses, Wang Mang finally learned the owner of this strange Supreme Being aura. It's the legendary first on the monarch ranking, so it's the Lightning King Si Kongjun. Thinking of this, Wang Mang gradually narrowed his eyes. Because judging from the aura, to be honest, even if he used the Heaven's Chosen technique to triple his battle strength, Wang Mang felt that he might be killed by this guy. This was not Wang Mang's discouraging words, but the aura represented the strength of one's strength. However, Si Kongjun's aura was too powerful, and his aura was too strong. It was several times stronger than the clone Wang Mang had seen before. It was from this that Wang Mang could tell that even if his strength was good, as long as he wasn't that lucky, 3 times his battle strength would still be enough to kill him. Perhaps he would need to increase his combat power by 6 times to be able to contend against Si Kongjun. As for himself, with 9 times his combat power, he was in his strongest state. Wang Mang did not know if he could kill Si Kongjun. Right at this moment, Wang Mang saw a young Supreme Being in a gray cloak walking over with his hands behind his back. The prodigies on the streets of the city hurriedly made way for him, not daring to look him in the eye. Seeing this scene, the demon master and sovereign also fixed their gazes on Si Kongjun. After all, the pressure of a prime might be effective against ordinary geniuses. It wouldn't affect Wang Mang and Demon Master, who were both lesser sovereigns. At this time, Si Kongjun seemed to have sensed the gaze of the Supreme Demon Master. He slowly raised his head, and an angular face that seemed to have been carved by a knife appeared in front of him. Tiny purple lightning runes covered Si Kongjun's handsome face. This made Si Kongjun look very demonic. His grayish-white-purple hair was like a waterfall draped over his shoulders. In addition, Si Kongjun was also wearing a purple armor that was covered with the law of lightning. Lightning and electric arcs were surging all over his body, making him look very domineering. Even his sharp eyes had lightning and electric arcs flowing and flickering in them. After seeing Si Kongjun's equipment, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a headache and was sincerely convinced, because the armor on this guy's body was also a defensive divine weapon with the law of lightning of the lower rank. This proved that this guy's accumulation of foundation was very rich. Just the gap in equipment was enough to crush him, not to mention the suppression in strength. At this time, Si Kongjun suddenly laughed and said to the Supreme Demon Master with a light smile, "Your strength is not bad." Hearing this, the Supreme Demon Master coldly snorted and said indifferently, "Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to judge me." Obviously, Si Kongjun's strength was not bad. It made the Supreme Demon Master feel humiliated. Therefore, the the Supreme Demon Master was naturally a little angry. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was at a loss. Why the hell did they have a conflict? He originally wanted the Supreme Demon Master to kill the cold sword of Jojo and the god of massacre with him. But looking at the situation in front of him, it was basically impossible. It would be good if the two didn't fight. Sure enough, after hearing the Supreme Demon Master's angry words, Sikongzhen was also slightly taken aback. Then he chuckled and said, "If you don't agree with me, you can come and challenge me. I have killed a lot of little sovereigns. I don't need you." After hearing Sikongzhen's words, the surrounding sky prides were in an uproar. For a moment, there were even more discussions. "Good guy, this Supreme Demon Master is really tough." Yes, this Supreme Demon Master is indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. "I think this Supreme Demon Master is a bit too arrogant. He is only ranked 11th on the Emperor board. If you use the Emperor board to rank the Supreme Demon Master's strength, you are too ridiculous." Yes, the Supreme Demon Master's strength is definitely not only ranked 11th on the Emperor board. He has entered the invincible Supreme Demon Master's tomb. His foundation is absolutely terrifying. Obviously, although many Sky Prides were not optimistic about the Supreme Demon Master, there were still a small number of Sky Prides who knew that the Supreme Demon Master was very powerful. Therefore, there were also some Sky Prides who were optimistic about the Supreme Demon Master, believing that the Supreme Demon Master might have the strength to fight against Sikongzhen. In the next moment, under the curious and expectant gazes of the Sky Prides, without hesitation, the Supreme Demon Master said coldly, "When have I ever been afraid of you? Come and fight." After saying that, the Supreme Demon Master leaped out of the inn, turned around, and walked out of the 12 cities. Seeing this, Sikongzhen was slightly surprised, but still chuckled and followed. Then, under the fiery gazes of the Sky Prides, the two left one after another. But there were still many Sky Prides who chose to follow out of curiosity. They were obviously unwilling to let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch the battle. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's face was full of helplessness. He could not invite the Supreme Demon Master. In desperation, Wang Mang could only set his eyes on the female Supreme Demon Master. Because when the Supreme Demon Master and Sikongzhen had a conflict earlier, the female Supreme Demon Master appeared. Therefore, Wang Mang immediately sent a voice transmission to the female Supreme Demon Master. "Fellow cultivator, I want to kill 2 lesser Supreme Demons. Fellow cultivator, do you want to join me in killing them?" Hearing this, the female Supreme Demon Master turned her head to look at Wang Mang. After pondering for a moment, the female Supreme Demon Master sent a voice transmission and asked, "Who are the 2 supreme martial artists that you want to kill? Is it the god of massacre and cold sword of Jojo?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Yes, fellow cultivator, do you want to join me?" The next moment, the female Supreme Demon Master nodded slightly and sent a voice transmission. "Okay, I promise you." Chapter 9:26. After hearing the female sovereign's words, Wang Mang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh. "If the 2 of us join hands, killing them will be as easy as flipping our hands." Hearing this, the female sovereign chuckled and said, "Not bad. Your strength has improved quite quickly. Back then, I didn't expect that you would be able to enter the lesser sovereign realm." Evidently, this female utmost exalted had a very good impression of Wang Mang. Moreover, the female sovereign could feel that Wang Mang didn't have much ambition to compete for the title of invincible sovereign. Back then, she could feel that Wang Mang didn't even have the belief of being invincible. Although she was also very curious about how Wang Mang broke through to the lesser sovereign realm, This also proved a problem. It was too difficult for Wang Mang to become an invincible sovereign. It was even very difficult for him to become a greater sovereign in the future. There might be a way to achieve the belief of being invincible, but a greater sovereign needed to have an invincible heart. There was no other way to take advantage of it. But did Wang Mang have the belief of being invincible? No. Although she didn't know how Wang Mang broke through to the lesser sovereign realm. However, Wang Mang was destined to be a grand supremacy. He was unable to break through. Even if Wang Mang had accumulated enough foundation, he couldn't break through. This also meant that Wang Mang wouldn't have any disputes with her in the future. In fact, Wang Mang himself knew this. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't think about breaking through to the greater sovereign realm, because as long as he reached the lesser sovereign realm, his potential and achievements in the future would no longer be affected. Even if he was only at the 6th step, he could still step into the path of the myriad worlds in the future and compete for the title of invincible sovereign. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't have much ambition to compete for the title of invincible sovereign. Therefore, in the face of the female sovereign's praise, Wang Mang was a little proud, but he still chuckled and said, "It's all thanks to you. Thank you for taking care of me. My gratitude to you will always be engraved in my heart. If there is a day when you ask for my help, I will definitely not refuse." After hearing Wang Mang's solemn promise, the female supreme martial artist smiled but didn't say anything. After that, Wang Mang invited the female supreme being, and the two of them went to the 13 cities together. There was no other reason other than the fact that the cold sword of the 9 continents and the god of massacre were both in the 13 cities. Half a day later, Wang Mang successfully entered the 13 cities. These 13 cities were also known as the Lesser Supreme Cities. Compared to the 12 cities, Mythology City was naturally much larger. Moreover, the geniuses of the 13 cities here were very powerful. Obviously, this was the group of geniuses from the 12 cities who had entered the 13 cities. As a result, there were far too many 4th, 5th, and 6th level Supreme Realm geniuses. Similarly, after Wang Mang and the female sovereign entered the 13 cities, the two of them parted ways. As for why, this was because Wang Mang was afraid of alerting the enemy. If the god of massacre and cold sword of Jojo knew that he had teamed up with the female supreme being, they would definitely be extremely vigilant. Needless to say, they would definitely be extremely vigilant and might not even leave the supreme city. It was precisely to prevent this from happening that Wang Mang and the female supreme parted ways. In this way, even if cold sword of Jojo and the god of massacre knew that he had come, the two of them wouldn't be too afraid of Wang Mang attacking them, because if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be afraid of Wang Mang at all. It was worth mentioning that, after entering the 13 cities, Wang Mang sensed a total of 4 Supreme Being auras. In other words, most of the Supremes weren't in the 13 cities. There were a total of 14 Lesser Supremes, excluding Sikongzhen and the Demon Master. In addition to Wang Mang and the female Supreme Being, there should be 10 more Lesser Supremes in the 13 cities. But now, there were only 4 Lesser Supremes in the city, which meant that there were still 6 outside the city. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, Wang Mang quickly rushed towards the city. Once he figured out that Cold Sword of Jojo and the God of Massacre were no longer in the city, then Wang Mang would directly make a move and try to kill these 2 weaklings outside the 13 cities. As Wang Mang quickened his pace, the geniuses passing by in the city took the initiative to make way for him. Their eyes were full of awe and fear as they looked at Wang Mang. If Wang Mang was once ridiculed by the geniuses on the path of conquest in the heavens, then the current Wang Mang, no genius would dare to underestimate and ridicule him. Because just a few days ago, Wang Mang even killed the supreme genius Luoyue Wuhen. This made Wang Mang's name resound throughout the path of conquest in the heavens. It had to be said, this kind of awe and fear. Wang Mang still enjoyed it very much, this feeling of being the center of attention. But no one could ignore it. After all, the path of conquest in the heavens. In addition to pursuing the peak of the fifth stage, it was the pursuit of supreme glory, as well as leaving one's name in history and spreading through the ages. Soon, Wang Mang arrived at the 13 cities. After Wang Mang judged the aura of the Supremes, he could almost judge that the 4 lesser Supremes in the city, none of them were the aura of Cold Sword of Jojo and the God of Massacre. On the contrary, 2 of the auras belonged to the Green Emperor and the Survival Master. At this time, perhaps they had sensed Wang Mang's aura. In a tall building of an inn, the Green Emperor's figure appeared. He immediately smiled at Wang Mang and said softly, "I'm sorry, Wang Mang. Fellow Taoist, you are getting stronger and stronger. Even Luoyue Wuhen was killed by you." Obviously, the Green Emperor was also shocked by Wang Mang's strength. He originally thought that Wang Mang would be lucky if he didn't die under the joint attack of the 3 Supremes. But who would have thought that Wang Mang would still be able to kill Luoyue Wuhen under such circumstances? This was a bit brutal. At that time, he was still rejoicing at the speed of his escape. But after learning of Wang Mang's brutal battle record, the Green Emperor regretted it. This was the act of betraying a teammate. No matter where it was a shameful thing. What's more, he betrayed Wang Mang at the most critical moment and chose to run away. Sure enough, after hearing the Green Emperor's compliment, Wang Mang snorted coldly with a cold face. Although Wang Mang often betrayed his teammates, but this feeling of being betrayed, Wang Mang was naturally very unhappy, because if this guy didn't run away, not only could he kill Luoyue Wuhen, but he even had the chance to kill the god of Massacre and Cold Sword of Jojo. But it was this guy's escape that made Wang Mang's efforts go to waste, and he even delayed it for more than a month. Hearing this, the Green Emperor immediately laughed brightly. He wasn't surprised by Wang Mang's reaction at all. If it were him, he wouldn't be nice to the other party in such a situation. Just as the Green Emperor was feeling regretful and thought that he was going to lose a powerful ally like Wang Mang, Wang Mang transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist, I'm going to continue killing Luoyue Wuhen and the God of Massacre. If you still want to form an alliance, don't abandon me again. Last time outside the Desert of the 12 Cities, if you hadn't escaped first, I might have succeeded in killing the God of Massacre and Cold Sword of Jojo." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Green Emperor was immediately delighted. He solemnly transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. This time, I, the Green Emperor, will definitely not be the first to escape. If I run away first, I will die a horrible death." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded his head in satisfaction, but he was sneering in his heart. After he and the female paragon finished killing the god of Massacre and Cold Sword of Jojo, at that time, he would also kill the Green Emperor, who had lost his value. "You, a dog, dare to betray me? You probably don't know how to write the word death." Chapter 9:27. Obviously, Wang Mang didn't have good intentions when he agreed to continue forming an alliance with the Green Emperor. This guy betrayed him. He was as unreliable as a survival master. This kind of person didn't deserve to have an ally. He was even more unreliable than him. At least he wouldn't abandon his ally without hesitation. He would at least resist and abandon his ally only when he couldn't win. But the Green Emperor wasn't dead yet. Moreover, he was still suppressing traceless moonlight. This guy still abandoned him and decisively chose to run away. This bastard had no bottom line at all. Therefore, since they met this time, Wang Mang naturally didn't mind using him for a while. In the end, he would get rid of him after he'd outlived his usefulness and kill him. It wasn't that Wang Mang was narrow-minded. It was just that he hated this kind of despicable and shameless person. Before he set off, he had said that he was a close friend of his. But when this guy ran away, he didn't treat him as a close friend at all. At this moment, the Green Emperor naturally didn't know what Wang Mang was thinking. He was still happy for Wang Mang's magnanimity. After all, if he was the one being betrayed like this, he definitely couldn't do what Wang Mang had done, grumbling a little and letting this matter slide. At this time, the Green Emperor transmitted his voice. "Fellow Taoist, are you going to kill Cold Sword of Jojo and the God of Massacre now?" They seem to be outside the 13 cities now. It's said that a new Lesser Supreme has been born, so they went to stop them. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled. These two guys still have the mind to stop other Lesser Supreme beings. They really don't know when death is at hand. Thinking of this, Wang Mang smiled and transmitted his voice. "Just in time, we can go and kill them. Moreover, this time, it's not just us. I've also found an ally. Therefore, this time, we have a 90% chance of killing the two of them." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Green Emperor's eyes lit up. Victory was in his hands. No wonder Wang Mang wanted to kill Cold Sword of Jojo and the God of Massacre again. Thinking of this, he was completely relieved. He immediately sent a voice transmission. "Fellow cultivator, if that's the case, let's go." Upon hearing that, Wang Mang nodded slightly. He quickened his pace and walked out of the 13 cities. Soon, Wang Mang arrived outside the 13 cities. The female sovereign and the Green Emperor followed closely behind him. After arriving outside the 13 cities, Wang Mang started to carefully sense the aura and power of laws left behind by the Massacre God and the Sword of 9 Provinces. After identifying the direction, Wang Mang quickly flew in one of the directions. It was worth mentioning, the environment outside the 13 cities. It was completely different from outside the 12 cities. Outside the 13 cities was a wasteland. It was like a huge battlefield in ruins. At a glance, the tombs that were as tall as hills were particularly eye-catching. Furthermore, an ominous aura of the natural laws pervaded the air. This ominous nomological aura contained death, resentment, and demonic aura. The ominous nomological aura differed according to the size of the tomb. However, this aura obviously couldn't affect Wang Mang and the other lesser sovereigns. Half an hour later, Wang Mang chased after the aura of Cold Sword of Jojo and the God of Massacre. He came to a barren and ruined battlefield. Then, before Wang Mang got close, he saw 3 figures. 2 of them were fighting fiercely. Among these 3 figures, 2 of them were the Cold Sword of Jojo and the God of Massacre that Wang Mang was familiar with. As for the one fighting with the God of Massacre, it was a brand new lesser sovereign. It was worth mentioning, this brand new lesser sovereign had obviously made ample preparations for the breakthrough. He even used a pseudo 6th level magical ability. Moreover, Wang Mang could vaguely see. This guy had also prepared a lot of talismans, even when he was fighting with this brand new lesser sovereign. Wang Mang found that the God of Massacre was surrounded by bad luck. But even so, the brand new lesser sovereign was still being beaten back. He couldn't resist at all. Obviously, even if he used all kinds of methods, this lesser sovereign still couldn't compete with the God of Massacre. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't even doubt that if they had come a little later, this brand new lesser sovereign would have definitely died. This could be considered as indirectly being a good person. But Wang Mang didn't want to be a good person. But he also didn't want to see the God of Massacre devour a lesser sovereign genius. Therefore, Wang Mang directly transmitted his voice. Let's make our move. Green Emperor, you will hold back the brand new lesser sovereign. Whether you can kill him or not will depend on your ability. As for the female sovereign, we will directly intercept the god of Massacre and Cold Sword of Jojo. After hearing Wang Mang's transmission, the female sovereign directly replied, Leave Cold Sword of Jojo to me. You can deal with the god of Massacre, right? Hearing this, Wang Mang slightly nodded towards the female sovereign. In the next moment, Wang Mang no longer hid his aura and directly soared into the sky. He held the god Devourer halberd tightly in his hand and shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, Wang Mang's other hand, with a wave of his hand, set up a barrier to seal off this part of the world. Wang Mang's sudden movement immediately startled Cold Sword of Jojo and the god of Massacre. Even the Sky Prides, who had just broken through to Lesser Sovereign and were on the verge of death, were dumbfounded by this sudden change. After seeing that it was Wang Mang, whether it was Cold Sword of Jojo or the god of Massacre, their complexions changed drastically. They roared, It's you again. Are you really haunting us? Or could it be that you think you're capable of killing all of us? Obviously, facing Wang Mang's attack again, the two were very angry. After all, Wang Mang couldn't kill them, yet he still tried to kill them. Could it be that they thought that they could kill them just by saving the genius who had just broken through to the lesser sovereign realm? If he really had such an idea, they could only say that Wang Mang was too naive. But in the next moment, something happened that made them furious. The female sovereign and the Green Emperor appeared one after another. Not only that, after the female sovereign and the Green Emperor appeared, they both strengthened the barrier. In other words, Wang Mang came prepared this time. Moreover, he brought two allies with him. So, his purpose was self-evident. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them all. Thinking of this, both Cold Sword of Jojo and the god of Massacre showed panic on their faces. If Wang Mang was alone in the past, they wouldn't be afraid at all. But now, the situation was different. For a moment, the two almost didn't hesitate at all and bombarded the barrier. They couldn't let Wang Mang and the others set up the barrier firmly. Otherwise, they would be beasts in a cage, waiting to be slaughtered.